Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. Welcome back to the Shire, because we got Hobbitses. Yes, we got lots of tricksy little Hobbitses, just like Bilbo Bannanagins right here. We got this guy on a tree. I'm going to do another one like we did here with the corn stalks, because that would be very fun. Corn over there, lots of corn. And then we got a guy with some more vegetables right there. A armored wolf. I just realized as I was looking around at pictures, we have to do him with kind of that burgundy coat, I think, for Bilbo. I mean, he's not really Bilbo, but he's sort of Bilbo. And our bananas here, well, I really have to. That's what I was gonna do, is make another build plate of all the vegetables and stuff. Well, I've been printing out other things, but that's okay. Yeah, these are going to be very fun. And I'm going to stick with the same pre-glaze, mostly just hit it with the Van Dyke Brown and say, that's enough, right, Landrast? Yeah, so Landrast, that was really fun. For whatever reason, it's the the palanquin is not quite dry yet, so I just can't get that glued together yet. Looking forward to it. I was kind of hoping that could already be dry, but I think there was just some areas where we had more of the thinner. Hey there, Looter Shooter, how you doing? Great to see you back. So more Hobbitses. Oh, by the way, Landrest, where did that go? You're over here. Yeah. I actually put some of this back out on the palette here. If I can actually find the thing. There it is. So there's Terror Verte on the palette. I'm going to see if we can make this work, right, Landrest? Hey there, Recoil. Recoil, sorry those pictures keep coming in. I take them just horizontal like this, and for whatever reason, the camera just turns them over and makes them all wonky like that. So sorry about that, but hopefully you got those, and hopefully they're going to be very fun for you. There's still more. There's still more that I have to take pictures of and such. I'll try and get to those as soon as I can. So Looter Shooter, welcome in. I hope that you're doing well. Now I have seen people, and we were talking about this in the stream last night. The whole the Hobbitses with that Nazgul thing, how it's not super fine, especially for $100 and 180 days. Yeah, not super fine. No problem there, Looter Shooter. Hope that you have yourself a really good night's sleep, of course. I'm just gonna, again, just keeping it kind of simple here. Mostly, again, just the Van Dyke Brown. Maybe a little bit of the asphaltum here and there and here. So Lindrast, I got more print. Actually, one of the things that's printing right now is the Diwali version of the Dwarf Chariot. It's got pigs instead of goats hauling it. So that's, or boars. I mean, they're pigs sort of, but they're boars. They're hauling that thing around. And then, oh yes, some more faux Hiram. Lots of faux Hiram, and that where's the updated? Yeah, so the updated version of this thing. So I printed this out, washed that off, so that'll be curing tonight, so we can do a video series on that. And then let me. Oh yeah, some more of the. Well, there's some more of the Titan Forge stuff that I downloaded. Then a bunch of the Loot Studio stuff. I realized that I was far behind on the Loot Studio stuff. Hey, Drogtac. I thought it was gonna be pretty darn early in the morning. It's funny, Drogtac. The episode where I have the bait, where I was painting the base for the Dragon Emperor. Actually, you came in just at the start of that. So it's, yeah, I was just about to do the pre-glaze or something like that, and then you came in. So I must have started streaming kind of close to this time or something. Thank you so much, Painterly Git. Everybody, please give Painterly Git a follow if you could. And Painting Badly, how you doing? So yeah, Drogtech, it was literally right at the same phase. But Drogtech, who knows? Well, I will there will be a hard stopping time tonight because, well, as Armored Wolf knows, yes, yesterday was not Saturday, at least not for me, but I thought it was all day long. So Armored Wolf said, you are mistaken. And then I realized, oh, yeah, definitely mistaken there. So painting badly, great to see you again. Now again, we have that Terror Verte on the palette there. It's a super translucent color, which is funny because, I mean, they literally gave it the same rating as a whole bunch of other colors that are practically opaque. As you can see, that ain't opaque. At least not in my dictionary. Maybe somebody else's dictionary, but not mine. Not the official Wampleville dictionary. So painting badly. Great to see you back. And Painterly Git, I hope that you're doing well. And Painterly Git, if you wanted to post anything in the chat there, stuff that you've been working on, that would be sensational. Alright, I think we've got that covered. So all three of them now have got their at least that much on them. And you can see already the difference between that and the primer. Now I just cut up a whole bunch of new sponges here. Oh, which was the first one? I think it was our Bilbo Bannanagins here. Yeah, that was the first one. Look at that. That is not bad staining there. Again, that is the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown, but the Gamlin Mars Black. Still in Project Limbo there. Just nothing quite speaks to you there. Painterly Git. But of course, if the miniature spoke to you and told you to do stuff, then that would be a different issue that you would have there. So I guess it's good that the miniatures are at least quiet and not telling you to do stuff. I mean, maybe they might say, hey, why don't you put some paint on me? Paint me. No, paint me instead. No, don't paint that guy. He's stupid. Paint me instead. That also might be a sign of some sort of a disturbance in the force. Again, remember, all these guys are going to get some flock, some foliage, that sort of stuff. But for right now, we'll just do the painting part of it, let the stuff dry. Then we can hit them with all that good stuff. Hey there, Ryan. How you doing? So, Ryan, when there's more folks in the chat, if you want to post your Witcher miniature links. I did see your Instagram post from today, I think. It was all I can say is a horse on a house. I just wanted to say that because it sounds funny just saying it that way. Yeah, we'll just use this little one right here. Like this. So Ryan, great to see you back. We still got the corn one. Our corn berserker, so to speak. Throw a little bit more of the sponge in there. Where's my... here he is. So you can see there is a difference, but boy, that's not too bad with the staining, I gotta say. It's not too shabby. So okay, Ryan, that's... I was wondering what that was. I remember, well, somebody, they were going to try and teach him how to play that game, and he ran off a cliff within the first 20 seconds of starting the game. Because the guy just said, okay, start moving around. And the first thing he did was literally run off a cliff and died. So that was... And the other guy didn't even realize, the guy who was trying to teach him didn't realize that he had done that. Needless to say, he was... well, he let the other guy know that he messed up. We'll put it that way. Alright, let's just start slapping some lighter tones on these guys. Doesn't really matter what right now anyways. I'll just grab even maybe this bigger filbert here. And let's start throwing whatever on this. I don't care. Looks like a little bit of radiant green right now. Again, just looking to do a little something on each of these here. I'll hit Mr. Corncob over here. Yeah, we've got that, what is that again? The Terror Verte. I thought, well, we could try it on our corn here, and then maybe on somebody else that needs a, well, kind of a warmer green coat or whatever. See all that pre-glaze getting on there. Here, let me get a little bit more of the radiant violet on that, just for funsies here. Again, all I want to do is just throw a little something on here, start to figure out what it is that we want to do. A bit more of that radiant violet. Because remember, wood, especially wood that's kind of on the dead side, it's going to be more like gray, not brown. Yes, the wood in your house is brown because it gets stained that way. Otherwise, wouldn't really be that kind of brown. It'd be mostly just gray. Yeah, let me do this here. Another batch this way. Okay. That works. And this way too. Back to you. Hey, Pura Vida, how you doing? Let's see, Ryan, I'm not quite sure what you mean there, if you're just talking about the base. Just the usual 25mm bases there, if that's what you meant. Some of them are still GW ones because I have them from 40K. I've got them from, Lord of the Rings. But there's a ton of this is how Space Marines used to be based. Oh, that's right. I got to finish that stupid Space Marine guide. That's what I was supposed to be doing. Oh well. Guess we'll have to do that tomorrow. Alright, now that we've just slapped a little quick something on these, let's see what we can do with some of these nanners over here. Indian yellow, radiant yellow. Glad that you're doing well there, Pura Vida. And there's a Sleepy Slang. Sleepy Slang, how you doing? Sleepy Slang, if you wanted to post any of your links there, your Insta links in the chat, show people what you've been doing. Same thing, Pure Vita, if you have any Insta or Discord links or anything that you wanted to share. So Landrest, I'm looking forward to the Titan Forge release. Them doing the Bretonians. That should be really interesting. Glad that you're doing well there, Sleepy Slang. Lots of stuff happening on the house front tomorrow with the tree removal supposed to happen. So that should be very interesting. Hopefully it happens really quick and I can get back to work really fast. But something tells me it's going to be kind of like the dumpster where they were supposed to show up between, I think it was 10 and noon, and they showed up at about 30 seconds to noon, which was not a surprise to me. It was more so for my sister, but I was staging all of the garbage and everything right at the front of the house, so it only took 90 minutes to fill that dumpster. Here, well, I can't quite be that productive while I'm waiting for him. Now, Landrast, what's interesting is when I look back at the oh gosh, with Highland miniatures, I see a bunch of Empire stuff really, but I don't see Bretonian stuff. So that must be an older release or something like that, or unless I'm just losing my mind. But it seemed like it was goblins, well then more dwarves, and then Empire. Now, Painterly Git, this mini was very corny. Now, this one, well, actually, Painterly Git, I don't know if you remember, but it was our last Hobbit stream. It was open chat at the Wampleville Comedy Club. There was puns galore. I mean, like, serious punnage going on. So, Painterly Git, it's everybody's got to, like, unleash their inner punster here, right? Because, like, well, I don't know, is this guy going to rival Mr. Giggles because he's a very fun guy? See what I did there? So yeah, we're going to paint him up. Well, here, there's some of our other veggie tables here. So we'll paint him up like this guy with his corn stalks there. And then we do, well, I guess this guy could be Farmer Maggot right here. He does have his pitchfork in hand. Oh, and there's beating a dead horse. But then there's also beating an orc right there. Thank you so much, Roger. I hope that you're doing well. I know it's been a little while. Sorry that the stream times have been, well, obviously a little bit unorthodox at times. So new stuff this month and the next. Well, Landrast, I'll just have to print them both out. Wouldn't that be terrible? More Bretonians. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah. We're gonna call this guy Gallagher right here because he's part of a band called Smashing Pumpkins. It's a Hobbit bluegrass group. You didn't think the Hobbits had bluegrass music, did you? Oh boy, Painterly Git. You know what? If I could find some of my files of of birds, and I have printed out a whole bunch of those. We put them on our Hobbits. Like this Hobbit stream will be going to the birds, or it's for the birds. Here, let me start getting a little bit of skin tone on some of these Hobbitses here. Some of them have some serious sideburns, let me tell you. There's some major sideburnage on some of these guys. So yeah, I think he gets it's a blast radius. What the heck? No, here he is. So yeah, he hits the pumpkin, and it almost works like the orc bomb. Everything around him is temporarily blinded, so I guess like almost transfixed or something like that for the next turn. People they are not going to be that well. The tournament crowd's not going to be happy for us coming up with new weapon profiles for our Hobbitses. So yeah, we had so Gallagher. We're definitely going to have a profile card for him. Same thing with Bilbo Bannanagins right here. That's for sure. Pure Vita. Ironically enough, the whole reason I did him was just to have the Creebane for my Dunlending army. And then I realized, well, these would make really interesting basing things for other armies. So Sleepy's thing, everything here, all of these are prints. The Hobbitses, all of the stuff that they're standing on and around. Yeah, all of this is 3D printed. Because, well, even if you could find the GW Sheriffs and some of the other Hobbitses, that's what these are here. Now, I will have to do a conversion on one of that. I think it's, well, we could, I mean, that's long hair right there. We could just resculpt that into some kind of a dress and make that the umbrella, and then it could be the umbrella lady. So, yeah, I think I'll have to do that. So again, Sleepy Slang, if you wanted to post any of your Insta stuff in the chat or whatever. Looks like Ryan, there's more folks in the chat. If you wanted to post your Witcher figures now, I think it's worth it. So yeah, Landrist, I'll just print them both out. Now, of course, I won't have all the old stuff, but you know, whatever. Having something is okay. Of course, then there's the Lost Kingdom ones. Because Lost Kingdom, they did Bretonians, right? Because that's where the wings came from. Hey there, Pure Vita. Hey, Namina, sorry. So Pure Vita will get you some Book of Wapple thing, and I might try to go back to some of the earlier ones. I think some of them were in the maybe in the 40s. I know Armored Wolf and I, we were looking at those, and I'm gonna maybe head back to some of the earlier ones because there was certainly some fun sayings there. Yeah, just trying to slap on some stuff already. Let's see, what do we got here? This is 21 minutes in, and already you can see we're starting to build up some colors and such. Now here, let me. Yeah, it's better. Let me see what we got here in the foot. Now some of them might be cookie decorating ones. Ah, well that was a sculpting one. That's another sculpting one. Ah, now this. Ooh, here's one we haven't had in a long time. So you can make your own filbert brushes, and let me. Do I have one here? One of my homemade ones? No, but we'll take out this flat brush, and then we'll kind of talk about that too. So what's chapter 43? Oh, that's a cookie decorating one right there. And sometimes, well, you learn hard lessons, and sometimes you need to learn those hard lessons. That happens here all the time. And of course, I know a lot of folks that was here. I don't want to screw it up, right? Well, sometimes you have to, because that's where you're gonna analyze what went wrong, and then you say, that's went wrong. And of course, there, see, we haven't actually shown this one, but Egyptian. But we got to give somebody a purple coat. Well, actually, I'll use a little bit of Egyptian violet on this guy right here on Bilbo. Oh, yeah, there's some sculpting ones in here. Oh, but this is an important one here. You can never dilute the oils. You can thin them, but remember, if you take radiant yellow and you do when we've done it, right, with our object source lighting, you got to do one of those pin line washes with it. It's still brilliant yellow pale. It is not some dimmed down version of it. Now, you can't just paint it opaquely over stuff. That's not going to work. Well, you couldn't, again, that wouldn't really work too well no matter what, but, again, you can thin the paints, but remember, you cannot dilute them. Thank you so much, Blades. Welcome home, Blades. How you doing? Painter to get already in the chat. So thank you so much, Blades. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Blades a follow. So Blades is probably going to do a very light 11-hour stream tomorrow with no breaks or anything like that, having just got back from her trip out west. So Blades, yeah, it was really wild to see. They had some of the same areas where it's like, wow, I actually stood there. And it was interesting, obviously, to see it kind of looking pretty much the same. So again, this is a little bit more of the Egyptian violet, and I just kind of saw that on the on my Book of Wapples thing. I said, hey, why don't we bring that over here too? Yeah, so just a quick little getting back into things, 11-hour stream. It's not like the dog is going to try and interrupt or anything during those 11 hours. It'll be totally fine. Be totally fine. Now, I think the farmer maggot they did was actually was more like a blue or something. So we'll give him some blue again, maybe. But glad that you're back there. And again, glad that you had a chance to do all that. And want to see some folks too. You got a chance to hang out and do fun things, so that's really cool. So I think we'll go maybe, yeah, with this trousers here. We got our Prussian blue, a little bit of the radiant blue there. Yeah, you don't have any, what is that? You don't have any emergency Cooper screens or anything like that as part of your Twitch stream in case he maybe gets a little bit more on the rambunctious side. You totally don't have any of those, right, Blades? All kidding aside, I wasn't sure if you were thinking of doing a stream this week now that you're back, or are you going to need some time for recovering first? And just chucking a little bit of whatever there. Now I did want to try this over here. So this is the Terror Verte. We'll throw a little bit of our Indian yellow with that. See what happens. So Blade's going to stream on Monday, or at least hoping to stream on Monday. Well, Blades, he's hoping everything goes well. And you can just go ahead and stream, and maybe not too many interruptions by the Coopers. Might throw a little bit of that elsewhere here. Now let me see if I can maybe put some of that on our corn stuff here. I think we might have to name a particularly nasty hobbit who's hanging out in the cornfields or something like that. We might have to name him Cornstarch or something like that. So it's going to be a 14.7 hour stream for Blades. So that's, again, a nice little light stream to kind of get back into the swing of things. Nothing too taxing. I saw your picture there, Blades, of Cooper basically looking very flat on that wood floor. So I figured if he didn't even bother getting to his doggy bed, he must have been very, very, very tired. Let me see what happens. I'm just going to take this, that's the Terror Verte, mixing that with a little bit of our radiant yellow here. So yeah, there's really nothing. That Terror Verte, that better be a Series 1. Oh jeez, and it's a Series 3 also. So yeah, like I said from the get-go with this thing, yeah, you can scratch this from any list. I kind of didn't get any of the other Italian whatever colors after that. So he's still wiped out. Well, Blades, hopefully he can be like that for, I don't know, next 2-3 weeks maybe. Something tells me you wouldn't hate that too much. If you had a little chance to catch your breath there before Cooper gets back to full force again. Yeah, just chucking a little bit of the green out there, and now let's get back to our Bilbo Bannanagins here. Yeah, so Luminous, those were looking really nifty. Of course, I've forgotten the name of the company again because, well, that's what I do. But those did look really good. Thanks for sending the links there. I did see there was a Galadriel in there. I did see there was a bunch of goblins. And then some of the usual fellowship. So yeah, Blades, where's Gallagher? Yeah. So this guy is going to be Gallagher. Essentially, this is almost like a small bomb, like the demolition team for the orcs when he hits the pumpkin here, and it's a one-use thing. He hits the pumpkin, and everything within, I think, 3 inches or so gets basically temporarily transfixed. Now here, of course, anything that's a chariot or a vehicle of any kind, or anything on horseback, or, well, anything for that matter, basically has to do a climb test when he throws the banana at him. Hey there, Ida Michael. Great to see you again. I think the Hobbitses in the cornstalk, they get a it's another -1 to shoot at them, because they're a tiny little hobbits in a cornfield. So it's kind of like a reduced version of blinding light. Now let's got some of just some Van Dyke brown there, because I'm gonna almost make it like it's a lighter gray there. Again, sometimes things must be dark before they can be light. Yeah, let's a little bit of it over there. Now let's get some lighter stuff here on our Bilbo Bannanagins, maybe. Hey there, Bithron. So yeah, Bithron, I did paint I actually painted it on a live, on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, I think. Yeah, with the oil paints. Yeah, one of the Churchills. Let me just get these guys out of harm's way here. That's better. So great to see you again, Bithron. Where's my little radiant violet there to tone that down just a smidge, and let's start to get some lights here on Bilbo Bannanagins. Nothing crazy. It's almost a little bit like our old style Saturday challenges. We got multiple figures out on the table, all going at the same time. So yeah, Bithron, and I think it was just a regular Churchill with the 75. It was not the crocodile. Yeah, I'll throw a little bit of the lighter skin tone down here. Maybe a little more thinner in that too. It happens fast, so don't blink. And especially with Hobbitses. Oh, you wouldn't think that those guys with their short little stubby legs would be so fast, but they're quick little buggers, aren't they? Hey there, Rico's mom. So we have Rico and Rico's mom in the chat. Everybody please say hello to Rico's mom. And everybody wish the best for Rico's mom. Just glad that you're doing better there. So it is the Avra. Yeah, that was one... that was definitely on the top line of the choices, but yeah, the crocodile, not so much. So Rico's mom, great to see you back. We have Tricksy Hobbitses again. We have Tricksy Hobbits. Especially this one right here, Bilbo Bannanagins, up to shenanigans. So Rico's mom, just really glad to hear that things are improving day by day. I know it can't be fast enough. It's definitely looking to be liberated from there. Yeah. Let's get a little bit of the lighter coat on his hand over there. So yeah, he's extra slippery. That's for sure, Bitron. Oh, thanks. Oh, geez, thank you so much, Rico's mom. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Well, okay, so if we do take one of these hobbits here, and we do sculpt it to have the umbrella, we'll have to name that Rico's mom. So that'll be mom right then. That's on the left-hand side, the one that's closest to the front there. So that's going to just have to be mom for sure. So thank you so much, Rico's mom. Appreciate that. Certainly going to be helpful, especially since, well, we're printing so much that resin gets used up pretty quick. So that's probably where that's going to go, is more resin to print up more Hobbitses and more pumpkins and veggie tables. Because, you know, Hobbits need their veggies for all those different breakfasts. First, second, third. So that should be very fun. Rico's mom. Oh, then it'll have to have a profile card. And actually, I think I can have somebody make up a profile card for all of our little Hobbitses here. Again, each with their own unique abilities. And unique war gear. I think the shock of just seeing a banana on a card as war gear might be enough to terrify any opponent. They'll be just absolutely terrorized by all of the shenanigans. Maybe I'll just use this as a bit of a... so Blades is having a... Is that with... was it called Hero Forge or something like that, Blades? Are those the folks that, I guess, will take a picture or something and then make a miniature sort of based on that? Or they'll 3D scan several pictures or something? Now let me know how that goes, Blades. Hope it all works out. Yeah, again, just taking away some of the paint there. Now I gotta let that set for a bit. I'm just gonna mess around with the nanners here for a second. So falling freely. Actually, now did I see? I could swear I saw a picture of you with falling freely on the Instas as well. Oh, there you go. You'll do a nice, quick little 11-hour stream with falling freely, just to kind of get back into the swing of things again. So that way you don't have to do it all by yourself. Blending brush. I'll just yeah, use this again. Hashtag no layers. So everybody please check out the link that Painterly get just posted. And again, everybody please get Painterly, get Falling Freely. And also Blades a follow. So it's an Instagram picture there of the Blades and Cooper miniature being done. Well, Blades, that's good. And again, hoping that we can do all the stuff that we were planning at Adepticon next year. There's my blending brush. Alright, Pure Vita, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. And hopefully we'll see you on Monday/Tuesday. Yeah, blades, it will be very busy, but I mean, it'll be. I've only been able, well, there was the 2 years it didn't happen, so I've only been able to be at one Adepticon since 2019. That's really, really weird considering that I've been at every Adepticon since 2007. Now I'll get to the brilliant yellow pale, I think. This might have to be a little bit less on the thin side, too. Sure enough, a little bit less on the thin side, and it sticks very nicely. Now that's fantastic painterly get. So, yeah, what I'm hoping is that I can have, well, my camera set up and I'll have a monitor there, so I can just do oil painting demos in Fort Wappo all day, every day. Not going to be doing any classes. So that maximizes the time that I have to hang out with everybody. And also, well, show the oil stuff, right? Because, hey, we want to do that. You want to expand the Linseed Brotherhood. There it is. You can see the difference that that brilliant yellow pale, it's got a little extra kick to it than the radiant yellow does. And even the radiant lemon. That's why, to me, the radiant lemon just not a full-on substitute for the brilliant yellow pale. No problem there, Pura Vida. Hopefully there was some fun there, but also a little bit of some nuggets of wisdom, even though some of them were for sculpting and even cookie decorating. I had a feeling that some of those might have been in that range there, of the kind of in the 40s. Here, let me get there we go. Yeah, a little bit lighter on our nanner over here. Not quite sure. Well, don't want to do that as a green. It's got this little kerchief here. Do we do that as a white? Maybe as a very, here, more like a pearline black, sort of, almost like a grayish green here. So Pura Vida just says it was that particular set of Book of Wappo was sprinkled with knowledge. So everybody's got to get their pun stuff going here, because Pura Vida on the way out, even partially asleep, was able to sling a little bit of punnage right there. Now back to, just use the radiant green here on, yeah, whatever is little kerchief there. A lot of these guys have those. Well, I guess they're really de facto neckties. Well, he has some serious sideburns on him. Holy smokes. Yeah, let's go back to some of my darker stuff here and actually get these. Oh, those are some major sideburns, right? Look at that. That's a serious sideburn there. Hey there, Pun Expected. How you doing? Now, everybody, please give Pun Expected Painting a follow. Hey there, Pun. It's great to see ya. A few folks have been saying that you're going to be getting back into the streaming thing pretty soon. So yeah, Pun Expected, if you want to share any links to stuff, right, to the stuff that you painted on stream, and all of your oil painted stuff, that'd be great. Depending on the pun, Bithron, it could also be stunning too, right? It could literally stun somebody into inactivity. They would be so impressed by it. Hey there, Grant Oracle. How you doing? So yeah, Grand Oracle, we've got a couple of them going here. We've got, well, he'll just maybe be our farmer maggot right there, but we have some stuff figured out, like for Gallagher here, we have his weapon all figured out and what the stats are on that now. Well, Pun Expected, glad to see you back. And everybody, again, please give Pun Expected Painting a follow if you could. That would be sensational. So yeah, Pun, if you wanted to share anything in the chat there, that'd be fantastic. So I'm just taking some of the fast mat here, letting that get into the Van Dyke Brown. Now, so you're saying, Grand Oracle, that if this particular Hobbit gets fined by the sheriff for chucking around fruits unauthorized, he's going to go to the Court of Appeals for getting in trouble for tossing around bananas. So again, it is open chat night at Comedy Club Wobbleville, that's for sure. It was the other night. Pun one, pun all. See what I did there? Bring out your best puns. Alright, so everybody please check out the Instagram link that Pun Expected posted. Also, again, give Pun Expected Painting a follow. Pun is going to kind of do the same thing that Blades did. A nice, easy, maybe 12.5-hour stream or something like that. Just the first one back. Not like that would be a hassle or anything. No breaks, no food, no nothing. Just 12 straight hours of streaming from Pun Expected. Boy, Grand Oracle, I can't wait to get the pumpkin and the jack-o'-lanterns. And I get some of those on the Hobbitses with the Hobbits with object source lighting, right? Because of course. So Pun Expected is going to delay that. Well, maybe it'll be a 24-hour stream then, since it'll be in October. So Pun Expected just wants to kind of recharge the batteries a bit, get things back in order. So the wait until October means the stream will be that much longer the first time back. That's sensational. So again, everybody please give Pun Expected Painting a follow. Bitron, if you wanted to post any of your conquest stuff there in the chat. Again, glad that the Churchill is working out. And yeah, the sniper is really, 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 really critical. Otherwise, people are going to get very, very blasé with where they position their observers and such. And they'll just have their officers kind of hanging out there. So yeah, you need to make them have a little bit nervous there. Now let's see, Grand Oracle, remember we have the Dapper Hobbit. And he's going to be so dazzlingly fashionable that any enemy that approaches him has to do a courage test or a will point. Yeah, they have to spend a will point or be transfixed. I'm going to say on a 4 or better. Yeah, they have to, they either get transfixed or they can spend a point of will. Well, maybe not 4, but maybe 2 or better if they spend the point of will. So Grand Oracle says that, well, we do have gourds here. Actually, I need to print up more of those, but then also find some nifty patterns, because some of those, and actually we used to, at the store, we used to just grab those, not necessarily so much with the intention of eating them, but some of them had some really nifty patterns, so they made a nice little Halloween/Thanksgiving display thing. Hey there, Hell again. So Hal again, if you wanted to show off your 2D art there. Well, it looks like Pure Vita hasn't quite dropped off to sleep yet. Yeah, so Hal again, you want to share anything in the chat there? That'd be fantastic. Again, these guys here, what is it? Not even an hour in. Not even an hour in yet. So Blaze is going to also have to do a 24-hour stream. Again, just something light, gonna ease your way back in the stream, and nothing too stressful. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link by Bitron. Alright, got some of our fast matte white here. We'll break that down some more. Not having the big old chunks on the end of the brush, though. Definitely need to get me a new tube of this, that's for sure. So can everybody please check out the latest in 2D art goodness there from Halligan. Oh, that one's also got a little bit of beat up stuff there. Hey there, Valfera. Nice to see you again. Yeah, we'll just let this all break down here. So, Valfera, I guess I'm guessing that you're still really, really toasty down there. Gotta give him some eyes. There we go. So, Bitron, thanks for posting that. Get the light there on his cheekbone. Also this one. Maybe even some light on the knuckles. Like this. Alright, Paint Really Get, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. And of course, everybody please give Paint Really Get a follow. And Paint Really Get, hopefully you find that the painting mojo again. So Valfair is still trying to paint those scales even through the heat. Yeah, sorry that you have to deal with that. And again, everybody please check out that link by Hal again. There's some fabulous 2D art. So, oh yeah, Rico's mom, I was able to, I took at least a couple of pictures of some of the old Babylon 5 art, but I still keep finding more and more of these old 2D paintings and such as I keep going through all the old 2D art stuff. I have been trying to gather up some ideas for our sailing ship 2D art painting because I still want to do one of those. Let me see. I could get the extra little bit of light there, and then his ear over here. So again, thanks to everybody for joining me here. Appreciate that. Get the little more light on the top of his mouth there, and then because he does have some teeth. And of course I get all of this going to be flock and tufts and everything. So yeah, it's not going to be rocks like that. There'll probably be nothing that even looks like rocks at all. So Valfair, if you want to post any images of your dragon that you've been working on. Actually, Landrast, one of the other things that I did was I started to transfer pictures of the Printing Goes Ever On long stay gift dragon. Then there was also, I think it was a clay cyanide dragon too. There's just a couple of, now these are smaller, these are more mid-size dragon, not big ones like the one that Lamines printed out for me. And again, I've been doing the green stuff on that. There were some of the scales, or some of the spikes and spines. We're kind of gluing those back on and resculpting those. Hey there, Hootie Hoot, how you doing? And then, of course, again, we have the not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5. Actually, no, I think it's 6 Dark Sword Dragons. Among the million things I have to do tomorrow, I'm hoping maybe I can film an assembly video. Red Razor, how you doing? So Red Razor, yeah, and you're kind of at the beginning too, because we only 56 minutes in. Yeah, 56 minutes ago, none of these had paint on them. So you are definitely kind of at an opportune time. Sorry that you kind of tuckered out there, Hootie Hoot. Sorry that you kind of tuckered and snookered. Much like Cooper. Alright, yeah, get a little bit more of the light on that side of the banana. I have to say, of all the things that I have not ever painted in miniature form, bananas would definitely be one of them. I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've ever painted a banana in any miniature form at all. So it's a historic day in Walpoville. See here if I can. That's going to be way too close to the skin tone. So I need to back off here and go back more towards the magenta here. Bithron, those are kind of the perfect types, right? Because they can be gigantic, yet mid-sized. Now, it's sort of like, playing games like Flames of War, whatever. You can kind of play a much larger scenario, but on the same size table. That's always kind of nice. So, Woody, great to see you back. I hope that you're doing well. And Grand Oracle, hopefully no more new weird expenses since last night. It just kind of seemed like every time we turned around there was something new. And then, of course, what was it? I guess they're defunct now. Oh god, Joan of Arc. Remember Joan of Arc? And they had that dragon, and there were folks that wondered if they could use it as like Smaug or whatever for Lord of the Rings. But I do think painting that massive dragon, much like our red dragon from Dark Sword that we're painting, that massive dragon that was printed out there for us by Lamines, that should be very fun. Just have to figure out what kind of colors we wanted to do on it. I think we might also have to figure out a way to do some sort of object source lighting on it. Not necessarily a fire dragon type objects, but something. So Grand Oracle has a little bit of a late night project after all the folks there go to bed. Well, hopefully they're just extra tired and worn out from all the travel and everything. And you get yourself a little bit of time, a little bit of peaceful time to get that printer up and running. Now, let me see if I can give him some eyes here. Maybe we'll just use the indigo, I guess. And so you can see that. Okay, he's looking in the right direction there. And also sort of there. Okay, that's better. And let's get a little more of our darker edges on his hair. Not gonna go quite with the blonde stuff, maybe. Haven't really done any dark hair. Not, maybe a little bit of that's the indigo. Gonna use that to create some dark there. Now back to the Van Dyke Brown, I think. Here. Yeah, just to restore some of those edges. Blending brush again for the banana over here. Does have to be sort of in shadow. Okay, so now maybe we'll set Bilbo Bannanagins aside so that we can mess around with our archer guy here, I think. We already have some dark here on the brush. I'll just do a little bit of pinline washy stuff in a few places here. It's a little bit of perline black. That's our dark green. Just going to get that in a few areas. Now, we were trying to use that Italian Terror Verte. It's not really the grandest color ever, that's for sure. Especially for a Series 3. That's, as they say in Australia, that's shocking. Okay, now let's get to... Maybe we do give him some here. Some Terra Rosa. And Asphaltum. It's almost going to be like a little bit of a pinline wash there. And let's get the rest of his hair. A little more of the asphaltum here. Let's put that on his bow, which also kind of looks like a shillelagh. Again, they're tricksy little hobbitses. Never know what they're going to get up to. Might throw a little bit of that dark also on his face, where the eyes are. Maybe a little bit of that. Also its way onto the piece of wood here. Remember, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. That's in the Book of Wapol too. He doesn't have quite the sideburns that our Bilbo Bannanagins does. Let me see what I can do here for his shirt. We'll just let that mix with whatever is here, which would be the pre-glaze, so probably Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of Mars Black. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. I will be posting the next video tomorrow. That, I believe, is the conclusion of our Gondor series. And remember, what I'm trying to do now with the army painting series is in that last episode I have links to the other episodes. So episodes 1 through 4, so we don't have to try and hunt those down. And I will try and backfill all of the old series 2 little by little. So thanks again, Armored Wolf, for posting that. I think our assembling Dark Sword video, maybe even trying to do a little quick, if there's some basing that can be done. A lot of these seem to already have bases, but maybe we just add to them or whatever. I do believe that'll be the 10th video for the month of August. I try to have at least 9 or 10 whatever videos, and these are generally 100 to 120 minutes long. Let me see what let me go back up here. Was that brilliant yellow pale? We'll hit this. Then I want to see what I can maybe do with also the some of the skin tone there. Now I'm going to try the, let me mix the Italian Terror Verte. Yeah, Grand Ogre, I tried using this. Wow, for a Series 3, this is a whole lot of nothing right here. Again, we love the Williamsburg, right? It's fantastic. However, not every Williamsburg color is going to be equally fantastic. This is definitely not one of the fantastic ones. I just thought this might be the one time to give that a little bit of a test again, see if maybe there was a use for it that we just didn't think of at the time, but yikes. When there's so much other stuff that does things so much better for so much less, it just doesn't make sense. I hope we don't have too much thinner on that. Get the other side of his, well, I don't know if it's a coat. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I guess I'll just have to keep using maybe a little bit more of my radiant yellow. Again, all this, we've already got our Bilbo Bannanagins with a whole bunch of paint on him. We've got paint on the guy in the cornfield, and now our archer here, standing on top of the tree roots. Also having a fair amount of paint here happening pretty quickly. So these are 3D printed along with the basing bits. Now there's one batch, I want to say, of maybe 8 poses or 9 poses that are all just strictly archers. But then he's got several of them. Well, that's how we were able to make our Bilbo Bannanagins, because he just has an open hand. And then this one has the his little mallet, and of course then you got the pitchfork guys there too. So again, these are 3D printed, as are the basing bits. I don't remember where these where the Hobbit files came from. I'm going to be doing an army painting series, so I'll find that out for the army painting series when I can get to that one. So hooty hoot, those are all 3D printed, but one of the things I do want to try on the tutorial videos to actually also do some sculpting. So just in case folks don't necessarily have a 3D printer, like Bitron and other folks in the chat, we don't want them to be kind of left out. Want to feel like they can also make some fun Hobbits themed bases. Let's see if we can get some lighter skin tones on this so it's not quite so deathly looking here. More, yeah, let's do a little more here. And I have tons more Hobbitses printed out. Not quite sure how many I'll be doing in that army painting series, but it's going to be a bunch since we want to try lots of different basing, and also it'll be a very unique army painting series where every single miniature is a different color scheme, because Hobbits, they're not really walking around in uniforms. So these are from Zabevka. We also used it on our, here we go, on Legolas. So that is, and the same folks that also did this, which is in, well, the series that I just finished. They also did these fabulous Gothic ruins. That's for sure, right, Grand Oracle? Again, it is open chat night at the Wampelville Comedy Club, so everybody try your best dad jokes, best puns. So who do you... Last night's stream, we did use a bunch of Make It Epic basing bits here. So that was for Cold Hands, I think that's who that is, and well, this is just a tiny portion of the build plate. So it's basically twice the size of this. And again, those are all from Make It Epic Basing. Gotta give this guy some toes as well. Also maybe some lighter skin here and there. Same over here. This hand. That's fantastic there, Grand Oracle. So not sure what's going to be happening on the Monday stream. Could be more Hobbitses. Also, could be some other things. I would like to get that larger scale Eowyn figure, some type of a base, even if it's not necessarily too much of a diorama base. I think maybe some banners around her or something like that. And that would be the one by Kurzlook that I printed out, roughly 54 mil size. Again, they pre-glazed on these super simple, mostly just Van Dyke Brown, maybe a little bit of asphaltum here and there, kind of the way I did on that first batch. Kept it simple, kept it safe. Landress wants Malifaux Monday, but the thing, Landress, I'm hoping is maybe I can get some Armada stuff. See what I can get ready Armada-wise for Monday. That might be a little bit too much, though. May not be able to get that ready for Monday, but maybe the next Monday after that. Because it's been quite some time since our last Armada Monday. And there are still fleets to finish off. Well, there's one to start because I never actually did get the dwarves started. I don't have a whole dwarf fleet, but at least I have some dwarf ships. Here, let me get some more of my... There. So, so Bithron offered a suggestion to Landras there as to how to facilitate Malifaux Mondays. And I said the last Malifaux figures that I painted were the days when everything in the line was metal. I believe wait a minute, no, I did have to do as for somebody else, just a regular private person, not for the Malifaux folks themselves. But yeah, there was a regular person. I was I think they were like little dire wolves or boars or something like that. And Landris says that there might be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 Malifaux minis sitting around there. Alright, well, Point Expected, it was great to see you, because I've been asking about, well, you and Steela and all of our old friends and everything, if everybody's doing okay. And people, Bladeson said, they said, well, Pun's gonna get back to it, no worry. It's just kind of a busy time right now. But everybody, please, again, give Pun Expected Painting a follow. And Pun, if you wanted to, one more time, put your link there in the chat before you head off to sleep. Or have to work, actually, sorry. Again, what are we at here? 1 hour, 17 minutes, and we're well along here on figure number 2. Yeah, they were saying that work has just been really onerous there, taking over everything. So everybody, again, please check out the Instagram link that Pun Expected shared. Now what's happening over here? Here, let me get this part. Up there. We also got to get him some eyes too. But first, nose, cheekbone. Now an eye over there. So yeah, there's and we'll be going back to Bilbo Bannanagins. I just needed to let some parts of him set a little bit more. And then, of course, I think we'll just have to call this one Farmer Maggot right here. Yeah, we'll say he's Farmer Maggot. Because, of course, we need ourselves a Farmer Maggot. I swear I either have already printed up files that are his dogs. If not, I'm sure I've got those somewhere. Maybe, no, that might be just too much light there on his, one side of his face and his collar. Oh, that's actually his ear. So once again, sideburns. These guys have some major sideburns on them. Guess this guy's going to have himself some red hair. And I guess red sideburns too. Pretty much going right now with the Terra Rossa. Let me see what this does here. That's got a fair amount of the Indian yellow in it too. And we're also going to welcome it. Speaking of cuisine, we have My Name Be Baguette. Well, the tricksy little Hobbitses are going to enjoy this. Thank you so much, My Name Be Baggett, for that raid. Welcome back. I hope that you're doing really, really well. We are once again painting some tricksy Hobbitses. Now, this one here is, we've been painting all three of these. We started 1 hour and 20 minutes ago. These had no paint on them. None whatsoever. They're going to join some of our other little Hobbitses over here that we painted in a previous stream. Oh gosh, about not even a week ago. I think this might have been our Friday stream. Yeah, this was our Friday stream right here. So again, more tricksy Hobbitses, very very tricksy, and of course they're very interested in some baguettes, whether that's for first or second breakfast or 11Zs, I don't know. Everyone, please give My Name Be Baggett a follow if you could. And of course, Baggett, if you wanted to post any links to things in the chat there, things you've been working on or whatever. I know you just finished your stream. Probably don't have too many pics right at the moment. Now I'm just imagining we have to have. So we'll have to make some baguettes here. We'll sculpt another one with baguettes, and that'll be Bilbo Bannanagins. So Bilbo Bannanagins, Bilbo Bannanagins. Baguette, as we say, things get done so quickly here. Don't blink. Don't blink. I can't blink because, well, he didn't sculpt me with eyelids because, well, these are actually candy technically, but yeah, no eyelids, so can't blink. It's like, that's really creepy there, lady. It's like, well, I am a weeping angel. It's like, I think you're more like, I think that's why you don't blink, right? Because your eyes are just open all the time. That's gotta sting. So actually, My Name Be Baggett, we have done cookie decorating streams here for the holidays on our stream. You can actually check those out. They are in the highlights. Just have to go to December of 2020. Yeah, I think it was December of 2020. We did some cookie decorating streams. Well, that's fantastic there, Baguette. Everybody, again, please give Baguette a follow if you could. A little bit of the radiant yellow into this. See if we can get some light on his hair up here. Something like that. Also here. Oh, thank you so much, Baguette. Now, of course, last night's stream was a little bit of a different flavor. That was this is from Song of Ice and Fire. That's Cold Hands. He's a little bit bigger than the Hobbits. So yeah, this was last night's stream. This was about 4-hour stream-ish or so, again, start to finish there. He was very fun. Thank you so much, Bithron, for doing that clip. Appreciate that. And of course, folks have been trying to enact as many puns as possible, given the fact that we've got the Hobbitses here, and they are tricksy. So all the little Hobbitses in the chat also trying to be equally tricksy and do some clever puns. The fletching on these, haven't been able to do anything on that yet. Let's get to that now. Like this. Fletching there. He's gonna, well, these are less arrows, more like darts. So each of our little hobbits is here. They got kind of some special abilities. Where's Gallagher? Ah, there he is. So this hobbit's going to be called Gallagher, and when he has a once per game ability to smash this pumpkin here. And I'm going to give it about a 3-inch radius or so. So basically everything within a 3-inch radius kind of becomes temporarily immobilized because they are now covered in pumpkin seeds and pumpkin rinds. And then, of course, we've got rules for our banana-wielding hobbit. Clearly, he has quite a few bananas to throw. He doesn't run out of that. Other hobbits are throwing rocks. He throws bananas. They can't. Well, let's see. What they do is they force the opponent to take an instant climb test with maybe some minuses. So I think we'll just have to say he can only use that X amount of times per game. So Bithron, that's why I was thinking the transfix, because maybe they get some of the stuff in their eyes or whatever. So either transfixed, probably not like the big deluxe version, not like a heroic channel version of transfix, but maybe the minor version of that. Hey there, Heron Blade, how you doing? And Elite, nice to see ya. Halligan, you know, I was printing earlier today for our blacksmith's shop. I was printing actually some blacksmith pieces. I could print some of those blacksmith hammers and stuff for these guys. It will be like a giant mallet or whatever. Let me just there it is. There's the watchtower and the blacksmith. So yeah, actually I printed out a whole bunch of furnishings for our blacksmith. So maybe that's also another thing that I'm going to try and do on one of my tutorials, because hey, I've been wanting to do something like that for a long time. And I kind of did that with 3D printing all of the interior bits anyways. I even have a bellows and a table, a couple of work tables. I have a couple of anvils. I even have bags of coal. So Heron Blade, great to see you back. And Elite, yeah, folks have been... actually, Pun Expected was in the chat earlier. Speaking of puns. So hopefully it won't be too long again before Pun Expected is streaming once more. And yes, there was no time to do the 100k Kathy emoticon, but I'm hoping that by Monday I can do that. So by our streams next week, you can have that good to go. So again, just a little bit of the... Oh, and again, we have been trying out the Italian Terror Verte. This one we're doing that along with some Egyptian Violet on the trousers. So one color that's really powerful and one color that is super weak. All in the same miniature. And we did actually have a Book of Wappo reading on Egyptian Violet earlier in the stream. First one in quite some time. So yeah, Bithron, I figured about a 3-inch range or so, because otherwise, I mean, it can't be as long as like a regular throwing weapon or something like that. Also, don't want it necessarily to be bigger than a catapult blast radius, but it's also not quite as, well, I think your risk of a pumpkin to the face killing you is not quite that bad, but dropping you on the ground, that could be bad, especially if you're a hero looking to do like a heroic march or a heroic comet or something. So I think it could have some usage. And I do think these hobbits need to have at least 1 point of might. Wouldn't you say there, Bithron? Like 1 point of might, 1 point of will. Maybe not any fate, but at least some might and some will. Just like super, super minor hobbit heroes that we're just going to create. Again, it'll maybe drive a few folks a little nuts that we're doing that as far as maybe the tournament scene goes, but, well, that's just fine. Let me see. I'm going to go back to some dark here on his eyes and other parts of the face. Mostly just the indigo here. See what we can do. We got a whole bunch of stuff in the way. I don't even know if you'll be able to see me painting the eyes because of the bow that's in the way. Yeah, Bithron, I know there was well, they also want to do campaigns, and if what we're gonna do, well, I don't think Civil War and Arno would really, the Hobbits would have been around too much by then, but maybe towards the end of that. Oh, let me darken down that edge a little more. Oh, and blending brush to this. And here we go. I looked over there and it's like there's just one big old blob of light color there. That's better. Let me see if I can get the darks between his fingers here. I still would like to get more of the light on his face as well. Where's my blending brush? Here. Let me do that. Yeah. You know what? Let me take kind of like a bit of a burgundy-ish color there. Bringing in a couple little darks here around the eyes and such, so that when I come back with maybe some lighter stuff, that's really gonna show up. Now here we got the big old sideburn there. Yeah, all of these hobbits really big with the sideburns. Some lighter skin tone. Once again, the yellow pale, terra rosa. It's our usual. Also not terribly thinned down, I don't think, because I'm pretty sure all the paint that's there is already pretty thin. Oh yeah, look at that. See how that sticks there? Thin sticks to thick and vice versa. So if you're looking to, you put paint on there and it doesn't stick on there, just bounces right off, that usually means maybe there's just too much paint in that area, and then you could just either wipe it off or just let it set there, or even let it dry. Yes, you can let the oils dry. Go back to them in another session. I didn't used to think that. I used to think it was kind of all over nothing, right? You either painted the whole thing in one sitting and there was no point in doing the oils until, well, when I started doing all the tutorial videos, and especially on Army Painting series, where the paint will be drying in between episodes. I realized that it could actually be a major advantage, and especially in some cases. So just because the stuff is going to dry, don't not do the oils because you say, well, I won't be able to do all of that wet blending straight away. You know what? Let me get a little bit more of the light there. We'll have to come back with some the asphaltum there on his feet. Now, I was going to get the end of the fingers there, but I think we need to leave those be. Okay, yeah, where's that? There's the asphaltum here. That will go on this, and then over here on the his hairy feet. That's the agony of defeats. Now remember, there's going to be a lot of flora and fauna there, much like here, right? Because this was just a bare rock base as well. You can see all the ground cover that we did, some those are the homemade tufts that I put together. Yeah, Grand Oracle. I just thought, well, and of course Grand Oracle. I still just this Italian Terror Verte, not so sure about it. I mean, I'll try it. We'll keep using it on some streams. Oh, and by the way, Grand Oracle, we do have the Mars Black on the palette here is from Gammon instead of the usual Williamsburg Mars Black. So this is actually, again, Grand Oracle, pretty much that same color. Same deal. That's the skin tone mixed with the Italian Terror Verte. Hey there, Shiny Mew Paints. Great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us here. I hope that you're having a fabulous Saturday/Sunday. Like Isidore. So Isidore, were you doing some BG3 there, or was it miniatures? So Isidore, remember our comedy hour or our night at the comedy club, Shea Wappelville there? Well, guess what? We've been doing some more Hobbitses. Thank you so much for the raid. And I know you'll be shocked to hear this, Isidore, but 1.5 hours ago, these 3 guys had no paint on them. So yeah, Bilbo Bannanagins here, he had no paint. No paint on this guy, and no paint on this 3rd guy either. So yeah. Hey there, Black Skull, how you doing? Grand Oracle, I think just about anything can. Even Perline Black for a lot less, right? Well, that's fantastic, Isidore. Everybody please give Isidore27 a follow. And Isidore, if you wanted to share any of that in the chat, that'd be fantastic. Now, here's our Hobbitses from, I think this is the Friday stream. Yeah, because Saturday we did a Song of Ice and Fire. So there's our Hobbits, 4 hours or so for these 3 guys. Not too shabby there. And then here is our, where you at? There you are. So this is what we were painting on the stream last night. Again, that's from Song of Ice and Fire. That's Cold Hands. Once again, painted with the oil paints. Start to finish, like we always do. So thank you so much, Isidore. Appreciate that raid. Yeah, let me see if I can come back in here with a little bit of skin tone to separate the eyelid from the eyebrow. Maybe we're gonna take that out a bit. There's some fuzz on that brush. Let's do this. Yeah, that works. And he's got some serious sideburns on him. We also need to give him a little bit of reflected light on his face as well. So everybody please check out the Grave Guard there. Again, that's from Isidore. That's a Discord link. And then, of course, as always, please give Isidore a follow once you do that. So Isidore, it's been a super busy several days. This whole week actually has been very busy. Tomorrow's going to be a really early start with the tree removal happening. So Elite says that he's not quite sure why Bilbo Bannanagins here doesn't just peel the ring off of Frodo's fingers, because it would have just slipped right off. Again, it is it's open chat night here. at the Wampleville Comedy Club. Come one, come all. So yeah, Luminous, all of the Goon Monster games or Goon Master games, I can never remember which way it is. All of their stuff is practically conquest scale. But it does make our Hobbitses look extra small, that's for sure. Because technically, really, the Hobbits would be smaller, probably even than this. But that's a big old nanner for him right there. That's why it's a weapon there. So again, Isidore, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Okay, I did get some green in there. Now, alright. Gonna try to restore the sideburn once more. Yeah, these guys really got the sideburns going on here. So Isidore, that is fantastic. And of course, thanks again for the raid. If everybody could please give Isidore27 a follow like always. That's what we want to do here, right? We share all the love with our fellow Twitch streamers. Now it's starting to set a little bit. It is not going to dry anytime soon, but it is at least starting to set a little bit. So yeah, Isidore, we've been coming up with all kinds of fun little stats and everything for our different Hobbitses, like Gallagher over here. He has a once per game ability to smash that pumpkin, and when he does, it's got a radius of, I'm just going to say 3 inches. And essentially anything in the 3-inch, friend or foe, by the way. Yeah, it's an everything. It's an area effect. So whoever is in the 3-inch range essentially gets temporarily transfixed. No actual damage, but being transfixed and then charged by something, well, that could result in some damage there. Now here we'll take this Radiant Green and mix that with our Van Dyke Brown, and then we'll see what happens here. That is very much a cool greenish gray. Which I might also even throw it on the tree here. Again, all this is 3D printed. The Hobbitses, the veggies. Now I do have, like I've been saying, some other pumpkins that have really nifty vines and leaves on them, but then also some jack-o'-lanterns. Those are going to be from Make It Epic. And let's just say that those are going to be more to scale because, well, Make It Epic basing. And yes, I still keep forgetting to mirror stuff. Even all of the build plates that I've been making, of all the Rohan stuff and everything, still keep forgetting to mirror that. I think the only, there's forget which chapter it is for the printing goes ever on. There's one where you have to mirror it. Oh, it's the guys with the battering ram. Yeah. If you don't mirror that, ain't going to work, because all of them, I think, are all just like the right-handed guys or whatever it is. I did not realize that when I printed them out and had like 6 left-handed guys. So yeah, Isidore on cold hands. Again, this only represents a portion of the build plate here. These are the Make It Epic Skelly friends there. I mean, Make It Epic, just fantastic stuff. I must have at least by now 40% of the entire collection of theirs, maybe more. Maybe upwards of 60% or something. I don't know, at least 55. I think that would also be a safe bet. I mean, it really is, because, well, these also from Make It Epic basing here. And you can see the difference in theme, right? So there's Hoodoo Rocks for Aowen, for the glittering caves, but then, oh look, Hoodoo Rocks for our Star Wars Shatterpoint. So the same exact bit giving, or the same exact theme, right? Or whatever, different themes. Where did my brush just go? There you are. So it does create some fabulous scenes. So a little bit of yellow on here now. That's a little bit of the radiant yellow. We'll be putting some moss and other stuff on this tree as well. Don't want to do too much on the tree, because otherwise it's going to really be subtracting from our hobbit there. So yeah, I'll eat the basing bits. My goodness, it really not level like I remember our Wapelius spell brush figure that we did, and all the books and the candles and the scrolls. I printed out more of those, because I believe I've got a whole bunch of dark sword kind of wizards and such, and nothing like having a bunch of scrolls and books and such with the wizards and candles. And not absolutely everywhere here, but trying to do something. Just again, the top part of the tree stump here. A little bit out this way. A little bit more this way. And not too much. And gonna really not do a whole lot of painting on the rocks there, since there's going to be, we're gonna be adding in much more color and texture than we could ever hope to paint in there. More light down here. Also a little bit of the yellow, and I'm thinking about some lighter stuff on the skin tone there. Let me see if we can do that. I'll just take this, a little bit of our skin tone there. This is relatively thick, I have to say. Hey there, Master Splash, how are you doing? So we use pretty much the same three, the big three as we call them. The same big three brands of paint. And that's a traditional oil paints right out of the tube. Right here, we'll get them for you. And it's pretty much equal all across the, like 33% of each one. So there you go. Williamsburg, Gamlin, and Windsor Newton. These two really almost identical in price and pretty much identical in quality. The Williamsburg, this is definitely going to cost more. But the handmade thing, it is real, it is legit. Now, Italian terror verte aside, this generally is going to have some superiority to the Gamlin and the Windsor Newton. It's not all the time, and each paint brand has its own, some unique colors, some unique aspects to it. But that's the usual stuff that we're working with here. And especially since there's no, well, we're not using any kind of cadmiums or anything like that. Or any other slow, like phthalo colors. Those tend to dry a little bit slower. We're not using those, so these guys could very well be all dry by this time tomorrow night. No problem, Master Splash. I mean, I have tried other paints. We've tried Richardson. I think it's Michael Harding. Then also Cinele and a few others, but they just, I mean, it's so much easier for me to get my hands on these three anyways, and they really do a fantastic job. Trying to get a little bit more light on his collar there, or his cuff, sorry. So unlike the other bow, where is, here he is. So I have to do a little bit different coloration on the bow. This had more of the terra rosa in it. And again, now these here, the funguses there, those are from Make It Epic Basing as well. So Master of Splash, I was sent a bunch of those, and I was kind of excited about them because I had used the MIG Ammo oil brushers, and I thought those came afterwards, only to find out no, those came before the oil brushers, and unfortunately, oof, that was rather disastrous. Very slimy. Take 3 lifetimes to dry, no matter what colors you're using, because unfortunately, like all miniature paints that are oils, they chocked them full of linseed oil to try and make them softer out of the tube, and that was no bueno right there. So I tried them, well, twice, and then a couple other folks I know, they also tried them, and we all just kind of said the same thing. We packed them all up and never to be used again. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, those were very nasty. Again, this slimy, and of course, way, way, way overpriced. Because if you were to just get the same color in a traditional artist oil, you would get orders of magnitude more for significantly less. So yeah, just the artist oils, definitely the way to go. And I use them for absolutely everything, whether it's going to be intricate freehand. I also mix my own fluorescents. So here I've mixed every color of fluorescent oil paint. I've also mixed metallic oil paints. Here's another again. So fluorescent colors and freehand, and of course you can still use them very much in the traditional way, which is well, here you go. So these also painted 100% start to finish with the oil paint. Even our crew members there on the T-34-85. So Halligan, I don't know, I could swear that I've seen, maybe it's sap green that I've seen. But I don't even, geez, did I even use that in watercolors? I don't remember even using that in watercolors. Of course, what do I remember? My brown matter alizarin, which in oils, Halligan is just brown matter. But yeah, in watercolors, it's always brown matter alizarin. But I have yet to see an oil paint that's brown matter alizarin. So that's an interesting little mystery right there. We'll take there we go. Not quite brushstroke management time, even though we are actually at 2 hours, well, almost 2 hours in. So again, 1 hour 53 minutes ago, none of these 3 lads had any paint on them whatsoever. Now let's get to this guy here. Let's get to Farmer. We'll just say he's Farmer Maggot. Again, 1 hour 54 minutes and 19 seconds ago, that's what they all looked like. We have been able to make the usual smashing rapid progress with the oil paints. Hashtag no layers, of course. Right, that's where we throw our darker colors on there. we wipe them away with the sponge. It sort of gives us a little bit, but not quite, a zenithal. But it's an active zenithal, right? It's one that we can use when we take our filbert brushes, which is... oh yeah, we were going to talk about this. So if you don't want to buy filbert brushes, you can take a flat brush like this, and you can actually cut the edges of them, especially if it's just a craft brush or whatever. I mean, what's there to lose? Not much. So yeah, you can just cut those up and make your very own filbert brushes. So we've got some, these are corn stalks here again. These are from Goonmaster Games. So when I printed them out, well, obviously these are more almost like Conquest scale. They would work actually really good at Conquest scale, or even maybe a Song of Ice and Fire. But there was no time to rescale them and reprint them. So that's pretty wild there, Halligan. So how you doing there, Dave? We've been going crazy with Hobbit puns for the last couple of sessions as we do more and more with our little Hobbitses here. Let's get the dark that we need over here, down here. Oh, fine. I'll just throw some more dark on that handle there. Now, let me see what we want to do here. Do I want to give him almost just kind of like a white-ish gray coat? Maybe we can do that. See what happens here with this. Hey there, Valendar. How you doing? Everybody, please give Valendar the red a follow. Valendar, how you doing? If you want to post any work or anything like that in the chat, of course, please go ahead and do so. So yeah, Elite. Boy, it's been quite some time since I saw those now. So yeah, we've been coming up with different weapon profiles. Well, like Bilbo Bannanagins here. This is instead of throwing a rock, he throws a banana, and if it hits, the target immediately has to make a climb test with significant minuses, and they could just end up flat on their face. And then, of course, where's Gallagher here? There he is. Gallagher can, once per game, he can smash that pumpkin at everything within a 3-inch radius, friend or foe. Potentially will be transfixed as they're covered in watermelon seeds and rind and everything else. So yeah, Halligan, boy oh boy, it's I have so many tubes of burnt sienna and yellow ochre here that will never ever get used. Well, maybe for terrain. Yeah, maybe for terrain, or maybe a giant mural or something like that when I start doing those on the house here. Might save them for that. But otherwise, yeah, not... I'm trying to think the last time I used something like yellow ochre. So what series is that? Is that like a series 5 or 6 there? Now, of course, it's old. Old Holland is typically more expensive. It's kind of like a Williamsburg almost, right? Let's see. Let's get some more of our light here in the clothes. Then we'll hit the skin a little bit too. We'll do that. And those guys, even this guy has some serious sideburns on him. So Dave, they won't be that way. And actually, that's a Van Dyke Brown, which is really fun. That's what we're doing. We're mixing Van Dyke Brown and a little bit of our white together. But we will also be mixing in some other stuff. We're going to be mixing in some browns in there. A little bit of the asphaltum maybe, and some Terra Rosa too. Where's my, here we go. Where's my blending brush? We're just trying to get different stuff on everybody. This will be an army painting series. Again, we're in the first one where everybody in the army has their own unique color scheme. Now, do I go? Fine, I'll just do a darker blue here. So that's some of our Prussian blue. Yeah, okay. Some Prussian blue there. So I even burnt umber kind of got squished again from the palette because I discovered that if you were to take, say, Van Dyke Brown, mix it with Indian Yellow, and then maybe a little bit of the Brilliant Yellow Pale, you've got yourself kind of a nice little burnt umber right there. And of course, there's what's interesting is there's times where, well, we respect the umber. That's still a thing. That is part of the Book of Wapple. But well, I really like the burnt umber from Williamsburg. That one's pretty nifty. Windsor Newton, I don't even have the Gamlin burnt umber. There was a time where all of the pre-glaze, every single one, used to just be raw umber and nothing else. Yeah, that was every single pre-glaze. Didn't matter what was going to be happening. Even if it was something as, shall we say, as bright and colorful as Prinkles. It's like, I see some veggies there. It's like, no, you can't have this corn. It's like, I will take what I want because, worshipped as a god, like, for thousands of years. It's like, what's with the other eye there? It's like, well, I am Prinkles. I need to look at my subjects. All three eyes. Have you changed my litter box yet? I know I did a comparison video with that and the Windsor Newton burnt umber. Significant difference in, well, at least 3 different aspects of those. I'll throw some of the light over here on his face. Gotta get his bottom lip here. Again, don't blink. It happens very, very, very fast. His ear over there. A little bit of light on the side of his chin there as well. Yes, you never oppose. Well, there's only one. There is only one, right, Grand Oracle? And yes, I'm hoping by the Monday stream we'll have the 100K emote for you to use. Well, that is if they approve them, because remember, there have been times where they either didn't approve them or they took their own sweet time doing so. Yeah, I'll get the cuffs of the sleeve a little later there too. But there's Prinkles, so Grand Oracle at least right now professing loyalty to Prinkles until someone stronger comes along. And then I'm fairly certain that Grand Oracle will then profess allegiance to that much stronger character for the channel. Boy, Elite, I think there's, well, obviously there's a lot of clips with Gandalf and such. But I think Pringles probably has the second most. Of course, we did have, remember, we had Jeeves and Worcester. Or Jeeves and Birdie, sorry, what am I talking about? That's Birdie, Worcester, and Jeeves. There's not quite enough space to have both of them, or them on the stream here, unfortunately. I would, it'd be fantastic, but yeah, not quite enough space for around me here for the 10-inch tall, gigantic, colossal Jeeves and Birdie. Thank you so much, Bithron. Speaking of clips and chips, there are no chips in the house here. Otherwise, boy, that would be a nice little snack to have after the stream. Sadly, don't have any of those. I might do a little bit of pin line washy stuff here after I throw a little bit of the lighter corn kernels here. So we're going to go with that Nuggers Green from Old Holland. And again, Halligan, if you wanted to share your 2D art there in the streams, in the chat, that'd be fantastic. Now again, where's the... oh, I thought I had the other 2D painting there. No. I have my B5 stuff up here, but I thought I had another one of my 2D art paintings up here. I'm going to have to get some more lighter skin on his fingers there too. I think we have another corn kernel behind him here, don't we? Yes, we do. You know what? First though, I'm going to take this. Get some of the paint out of that. We'll just do a little something there. Okay, just a little something. Might have to grab me some one of my cough drops here. All right, corn time. Everybody, please check out the latest 2D art from Halligan in the chat there. So if you're going to be printing out Goon Master Games bits and you want them for Lord of the Rings, I would suggest you reduce them somewhere in the neighborhood of 15-20% or so at least. These are also from Goon Master, and these are printed at 100% right here. So those the jungle plants and the bamboo and such, again, that is also from Goon Monster Games. Yeah, here, let's get some. This is not the lightest of our corn kernels. We'll also have to get some of the leaves and such here. So Valfair, we'll get you a film noir in just a second here. Should be interesting to see. Remember the last time, the one that had the red coat, he looked a little bit different than the others. He was a little bit darker. And then our one that had the blue coat, he was a typical non-repo blue. So yeah, he looked very, very light. Even though when you saw it in color, it looked almost identical value-wise. So sometimes too, again, the eye just plays a little bit of tricks on you, even when it comes to light and dark. Let me use these two because we got some red, we got some green. Now let's see what happens here when we do that. Yeah, the red's just a little bit darker than the green. Now, of course, this red here, it also has Egyptian violet there. But boy, that's now here, yeah, a little bit darker with it. Not quite so much because that's Well, that does have a little bit of blue in it, right? Because we use the Egyptian violet as opposed to the guy from yesterday where... Now we talk about color temperature. Look at that. You can clearly see this one has more of our Indian yellow in there. This one is a cooler red. So just because it's a warm color doesn't mean there can't be a cooler version of that warm color. Let's do another gratuitous film noir for Valfera there. Boom. So now, see both pretty much the same value, but they don't have that little bit of a tint to them, one versus the other. Oh yeah, let's put that one away there. So Elite, what would be nice is just a little, well, and it's never going to happen, but there's just so much variation in things, so a little more universal. Whereas, say, your regular 2D printing, it's a bit more, you're not quite dealing with a million different type of printers, a million different type of resolutions, some that are faster, slower. I mean, there's differences in 2D printers and different inks and everything, but there's just so much difference in the 3D printing world. Now, who knows? Maybe they do start getting a little bit easier to use. Now you got the self-leveling variety. And I was just thinking this the other day. I was yesterday and today. That I've probably printed out more between the 3D basing bits and the miniatures that I've printed out in the last 11, 12 days, however long it's been since I got the printers working again. I've probably printed more basing bits and miniatures than probably everybody I know combined by orders of magnitude. Because potentially on a daily basis, I'm printing hundreds of basing bits and miniatures. That's on a daily basis. Then multiply that 7 times 4. And that gets to be a lot. Do I have both? Let me get a little bit more on that corn here. And like I said, I'm going to probably take a little bit of a some of my asphaltum and Indian yellow to that. Oh, we got another couple of other corn husks up here. It did shock me when I just started counting what I had done that day. I said, well, I know people do a lot of printing, but they probably don't print that kind of volume. And we're just getting started here because there's so much to get caught up on. Let me throw more of this up here. Is there still that stupid little... No, it looks like I got rid of the little piece of fuzz that was there. That didn't quite go where we want it, so we're going to move it that way with our blending brush. So 2 hours and 13 minutes now, and we're getting well on our way with our third miniature here. Again, I understand why they want to have the different... Well, there's just too many different kinds of bears. 4K, 6K, 10K, 8K, 12K, 27K. It's like we don't need that many Ks. Obviously, improvements are nice, improvements are good, but sometimes the improvements are a little too incremental. If it's a big improvement, that's one thing. I mean, it doesn't really matter for me, but Well, even with the printing resins, when I look around, I say, what the heck is this version 2 of my Soraya Gray? Well, Valfair, it's going to get more interesting because we still got to go lighter. Yeah, we still got to go lighter on these kernels here. But we'll let those set for a second here. Why don't we hit the plants here now? Let's do that with some of our radiant green and some of our radiant yellow too, I suppose. So yeah, we got to hit those with basically right around brilliant yellow pale level of lightness on a couple of them. And of course, all the while, caress the brush. Don't crush the brush, right? No crushing of the brush. So Valfair, hopefully it's getting a little bit cooler there, so your wet palette is it's behaving a little more normally and a little less crazy. I mean, at least maybe some nighttime cooling down or something like that. What do we got going on there? Yeah, let's get this. And remember, we actually took some of our perline black too and mixed a cooler green. Here, let me get rid of that piece of fuzz that's on there. Alright, that way too. And yeah, so makes a big old difference there, right? And remember, we can use blending brush here. So all we have to do is just plop that on there, take the blending brush, do it again here. Look at that. We're just going to take this like so, nice and easy. Valfira, I'll send you I could swear I sent you a link to the magnifier light that I was using. Well, I've used several different types. I literally need to get another one of these just to make sure, in case they ever stop selling this particular one, that I have some in reserve. Yeah, Valfred's really crucial. I mean, obviously it provides a bunch of light here for the streaming and filming, but boy, that is really crucial. Saves on eye strain. I know we were talking about that right a couple of times, Valfira. Just the saving of the eye strain is huge, because that has impact not just for your eyes, but it also tense up the rest of you too. So it really does have a lot of impact. Again, I'm just going to take this here. That's my blending brush. Hashtag no layers, right? So Elite, I have a 7 times diopter. Sadly, every time I turn one of those on, and again, this is for filming and streaming, I get the dreaded gray lines of death, which you should not have on any LED light, but it just seems like, for whatever reason, the LED lights on those higher mags, for whatever reason, they cycle, which unfortunately renders them virtually unusable, since, well, I'm always streaming or filming, which really bums me out, because they're not the cheapest things in the world either. But yeah, they just can't use them for filming or streaming. Definitely sad face. Boy, Valfira, I have to, I've been wanting to just look at Amazon to find just reading glass, whatever that has some kind of just general magnification, because my glasses, they just don't work well for that intermediate thing where the computer screen tends to lie. And I was hoping maybe that at some point I could have something like that to use. Now, Elite, well, it would be too clumsy, unfortunately, to fit with all the cameras and stuff because it's gigantic. It's actually a surgical light. It would be that light weighs, well, a few dozen pounds, and it's almost the size of a small book. Well, not a small book. It's like, imagine a big old hardcover book, and that's about the size of it. So it's really ginormous. Here, let me get a little bit more of my light there. The 3 times diopter, that is really, that's good enough. Especially since, well, never really get a chance to use the 5 or the 7. But it is okay. Yeah, that thing is so massive that the only table that I could secure that to was the solid oak drafting table, because the wood needed to be that strong, because it weighs that much. So yeah, basically it was a surgical light, and I think actually it ended up, I wouldn't say it was on clearance, but it definitely was a reduced price. Because otherwise it would have been about $700. And I got it for about 1/6 of that. Look at me, Grand Oracle, it's almost like I'm doing math on hype trains. Now that didn't take very long, right? We've got a bunch of those in here. Let's see what we can do here, maybe on his pitchfork. A little bit of pitchfork action here. Like so. Now I had thought of using some of the Bolton's doggies as his dogs, but they might be a little bit too big. But barring anything else, if I can't find, well, I could swear I 3D printed some, but if I can't really find those, I'll just use some of the Boltons. That is definitely some serious, it's the Illuminati, right, Valfera? I do remember the one time, it was in the summertime, and this was years and years and years ago. I had done it for watercolors, which was fine. Setting up a whole bunch of candles. Now, of course, again, this is years ago. There were no LED candles like there are now. These were actual candles with actual flames. And I set those all up so that I could try and paint miniatures, so I could keep that production line going. And I noticed that the resin miniatures were getting a wee bit soft because the candle flames were getting a little bit close. A little bit close to those resin miniatures. So yeah, that's thank goodness for the advent of the LED candles. Now this also, we're gonna lighten you up just a bit here. Now how's about some lighter skin tone on his hands? Again, now these 3 right here, it's 2.5 hours. So yeah, they well, I know I did that at the Ren Fair. I was painting by candlelight. I was actually painting by was that citronella lamplight? That's it. Painting by citronella lamplight. It was illumination and bug prevention all at once. So yeah, that was many moons ago. I always have tons of the those kind of LED candles ready to go. Alright, let me do a bit asphalt over here. Terra Rosa on there too. Oh, look at that. See if I can get that out of here. That's a little strand of hot glue right there. So I wonder what in the world that was. Almost got him out of there. Okay, I think we slew the hot glue dragon there. Of course, people did send us via Kathy's wish list a number of the scented candles. That was kind of a nice thing for her, again, because of how your senses really get messed around with on every level with that. So we appreciate those. I'm going to be using those when it gets to be fall and winter in all the new areas that I've reclaimed in parts of the house. So Hal again says that Citronella may or may not have been the evil protagonist there in 101 Dalmatians. I don't think I've ever seen that movie all the way through. I think maybe I've seen bits and pieces of it, but I don't remember actually seeing that all the way through. So yep, Balfour, especially uneven bits and stuff like that. It's all put together with the hot glue. Well, things like our Galadriel, all that stuff is done with the hot glue because it forms a nice little, not just a base for it, but it gives it some strength, especially again with all the uneven stuff that I use. Super glue not going to do very much. Either that or you're going to have to wait a heck of a long time for that super glue to finally set again on those really rough and uneven surfaces. So I don't know if you've seen any of the basing videos, but especially in the last, I want to say the last year or so, more and more and more and more of the basing videos are using hot glue on them. So no milliput. I have used desert directly, but again, this is where we got the cork and everything, right? So that is cork bark right there, or the bulletin board cork. I think this one here, let me see. Yeah, this is bulletin board cork, and that's all of these are hot glued on there. You can actually, see that video. So again, milliput, all that stuff is way too slow. We need something a whole lot faster than that that has virtually instant hold. And the hot glue really does the trick for that. The downside is it leaves those little streamers behind. Yeah, I'll keep going with my lighter skin tone here on his feet. You know what, let me see if I can't get some of my basing material off of his foot there. There we go. I'm trying to think when's the last time I used milliput. 2002, maybe? It basically got wiped out, much like things got wiped out by Prussian blue, it got wiped out by epoxy sculpt. Even green stuff took a backseat to the epoxy sculpt. So yeah, the hot glue, kind of what I used to do, and when I would take the my texture paste, and I would get some super glue out there. I'd have the texture paste right there, and then get the super glue and kind of let the super glue and texture paste sort of react together, and that would sort of act as an accelerant there for the super glue. But then Landrast, he was using a hot glue gun, and I said, huh. Well, remember, well, this was the thing that kind of sealed it too, was all of our terrain. So when I started making stuff like this, instead of using any kind of other glue, I just used hot glue. And I was able to put all of these things together on stream. That was kind of the clincher right there. And of course, what's been the big surprise, Valfera, is the Daz Air Dry Clay. I thought that was going to be real situational, only certain things I could use it for. I've been using that for more and more and more things. Well, of course, we did it in all of a whole bunch of these type of bases, again, with the Daz Air Dry Clay. And that actually was superior to all the other things that I tried, which was very interesting. Very unexpected. I just remember Mel, you know Mel, the terrain tutor, right? I'm sure you've seen his vids. He was using the Daz Air Dry Clay a lot. And actually, hell again, he was making a lot of sandbags with that. Doing a lot of bolt action terrain and such. And then I tried it once. Wasn't sure what I was going to get out of it. And I went, man, look at this. And then I thought, there's no way it can do this. Yeah, Valfera, it's a more recent thing for sure. So yeah, if you're watching some of the older, well, especially the painting pyramid ones, or again, something that's maybe more than a couple of years old, you won't be seeing any hot glue on those. But it's definitely, again, I think it was the streaming, the terrain, and so how well that worked. I said, huh? So yeah, he does use it a lot. And I know Hal, again, he did a thing where he talked about how to, because he always was worried that it would dry too quickly. So he actually would put wet paper towels over the top of it so that it would dry more slowly. Oh yeah, I know the first, Valfera, check out some of the basing videos where I'm basically using the, the Woodland Scenics molds. Thank you so much, Yosef. I appreciate that raid. Everybody, please give Yosef Bastian a follow if you could. Again, thank you so much for that raid as we get the eyes and yet another one of our little Hobbitses here. So again, everybody, please give Yosef a follow. Of course, if you want to post anything in the chat, I know maybe you're behind an ad wall right now, but looky here. 1, 2, 3 little Hobbitses. 2 hours and 33 minutes ago, these guys were just gray primer. Like this lad right here and his squash. So yes, all 3 of these painted in the last 2.5 hours. So yeah, I thought so, Hell, again. Now here's some Hobbitses that we did in, I think this was our Friday stream, yeah. No, this was our Thursday stream, actually. Thursday stream, more little Hobbitses. See you later there, Isidore. Everybody also, please give Isidore a follow. So thanks, Isidore, for the raid. Appreciate that. Now, our stream last night. Something a little bit bigger. This is from Song of Ice and Fire. We do a lot of stuff from Song of Ice and Fire here. And all painted with traditional oil paints out of the tube, like this. Here, we'll show you our 3 brands, which are pretty much spread out equally amongst the 3. These 2 are definitely a little bit more economical. Pretty much the same type of price range and the same type of quality range. Solid stuff. This is the priciest, for the most part, paint that I use. And the handmade thing is real. That's a legit deal there. Again, it's going to cost you more, but it is kind of worth it. And of course, well, we do all kinds of genres here. We've been doing a lot of the Star Wars stuff here. And sometimes they also have glowy weapons. All of this done with the oil paints. Thank you so much, V Loves Pink. I appreciate that. So does Gandalf. You never know when Gandalf is going to make an appearance, and he comes on and says, "So, you're the one getting all those hobbits all crazy?" It's like, well, sorry, just a little fireworks, you know how it happens. It's like, no, they're all hopped up on pipeweed now. Look at this crop. Look at it. There's corn all over the place. I blame you for that. It's like, that's not my fault. Thank you so much, V Loves Pink. Appreciate that. Well, hell again. Hopefully it worked as hoped. No blockages or any weird stuff like that. Now I think it's time for a little pinline washy action here, maybe. Got a little bit of the Terra Rosa in there. Now some of the Asphaltum. Let me see if we make sure we have... Remember, the Terra Rosa takes a little bit longer to turn into a pinline. So we need a little more. Ah, there we are. Now we're getting a bit more of a pinline wash out of that. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I haven't actually used an airbrush since June of 2021, I think. Which is shocking, because when you look at a lot of my old watercolors and stuff, actually there was a airbrush on some of those. It's kind of worked out that way. Unexpected, that's for sure. There we are. Of course, with the oils hashtag, practically no cleaning. Right, all I use is my little bit of brush cleaner. Takes about less than 5 minutes. Clean all the brushes that I used, and done. That's it. All done. So, and just a little bit of a pinline washy thing there. Now I think we can... Oops, we have that one too. See if we can get some of that lightest of light here on our plants. Brilliant yellow pale, maybe a smidge of the radiant yellow here. Let's see what we can do to really lighten up our corn stalks and corn kernels here. Boy, oh boy, I'm trying to think of... I tried using... I think it was MIG ammo. It was, well, it was sort of like a silly putty. Probably was silly putty. And I tried using that for probably some ambush camo patterns. Oh, and that's one thing I want to do now that I can do my multi-part video series. I want to do some of those on vehicles. And I want to try putting some of those late war camo patterns on some 40K stuff. Because I do believe that would escape the ire of YouTube. Thank you so much, Shooter. Appreciate that. That's another raid. Everybody please give the Shooter 014 a follow if you can. And of course, Shooter and Yosef, if you want to post anything that you are working on in the chat there, so people can see. I know you were just you finished your stream, so unless you run off to the photo booth, it's going to be tough to show what you were just doing. We're painting up some Hobbitses here, the Hobbits and all of the veggies and corn and everything. Those all are 3D printed. So the Hobbits and all the other stuff too. This is a Bilbo Bannanagins right here, up to lots of shenanigans with his Bannanagins. And Again, this is well, we're going to be saying this is Farmer Maggot right here, and then of course we got ourselves another little hobbit up there. Here's some of the hobbits that we painted on our stream. I believe this was our Thursday night stream here. Yeah. So yeah, more tricksy little hobbitses right there. Now we do paint other stuff besides hobbitses. We've got our busts here, and of course, well, we've been doing a lot of Shatterpoint lately. I think we've done the starter set. Oh, we did the, oh yeah, the Inquisitors, that's right. We did them. And of course, lots of object source lighting too. So there we go. There's some of the Inquisitors that we also painted up on the stream. Hey there, Chris, how you doing? And of course, well, sometimes we have fun with non-metallic metals, also freehands, lots of freehands. Even though we only have 2 hands, we still do lots of freehands. And well, here we go. We have things like our Prinkles here with the much more elaborate and brighter colorations. We're just about to get some lighter highlight type things here on our corns. Here, let's do this. Right here. So thank you so much, Shooter. Appreciate that. Again, if you wanted to share anything in the chat that you were working on just now, that is fabulous. Yeah, using traditional oil paints out of the tubes. Since we're not really using any cadmium colors or anything like that on these guys, I'm thinking maybe this time tomorrow they should be mostly dry, if not completely dry. So everybody please check out Yosef's Instagram, right? Yeah, it's an Instagram link. And thanks again, Yosef, appreciate that. And let's see, what was our stream last night? That was, this is from Song of Ice and Fire. I think this is about a 4-hour stream, start to finish. Yep. Again, just from gray primer to that in about 4-ish hours there. Let me get that fuzz off of the brush there. Actually, I was looking at some of the Loot Studios. I don't know if there was one of their, that wasn't the August release or whatever, but there was some nifty Oriental theme stuff, and I might try and print out some of that for my Easterlings as well, see how that goes. So again, now we've got those lightest, how you can see the difference between these guys and these over here. So just basically brilliant yellow pale. Nothing snazzy, nothing fancy. Fantastic there, Yusuf. And again, thank you so much for that raid. Appreciate that. We also do 2D art on the stream. I know it's been a little while since I've had a chance to do so, but it does help to kind of reinforce some of the things that we're talking about with the miniatures. Because to me, there's no difference. One just happens to be 3-dimensional. Here, let's find a couple of our paintings here. I mean, in some cases, well, something more like, oh, here, we should zoom out here so you can actually see more of that. There we go. So there's Midgeseld. But then sometimes spacescapes, whatever, again, they're a little flatter than our usual miniature, but, well, or here, we can do something like this. We've got, well, there's the painting. Where is he? Where are you at? There you are. Same colors, whether it's Sauron or whether it's Barad-dûr and Mordor, all same idea. Same colors. So absolutely had a blast doing those 2D paintings. And again, maybe this Thursday, maybe things will be calmed down enough and I'll be able to get back to doing some 2D art again. So Grand Oracle, sorry that the autocorrect is being a little bit cantankerous there. Sure sounds like it. And again, 2 hours 44 minutes ago, these 3 miniatures had no color on them whatsoever. So we say don't blink here on the channel. If you blink, you're liable to miss something. The nice thing about the oils is that they are so much more robust than the acrylics. I don't really bother sealing anything. If it has a little bit of shininess to it, then I'll brush on a little bit of the Army Painter anti-shine, and that's it. Otherwise, not really necessary. That's why they used to paint houses and everything else with oil paints and not acrylics, so that you didn't have to repaint your house every 5 minutes. That gets cumbersome after a while. Gonna get the latest corn kernels here. Actually gonna deposit some of the extra paint away from that on the leaves. Now get some of the lighter corn kernels here. Not every single one has to be perfectly rendered, because sometimes you have those corn cobs, right, where you got the different some different colors of kernels in there, not always just a bright yellow like the ones you see in the store. So again, everybody please check out the Instagram link that Joseph posted, and that is it's a frost giant. Let me see if I'm gonna actually put a little more light in the hair. Who knows, maybe it almost looks like it's getting a little bit on the grayer side by doing this. So yeah, we'll just use this as a farmer maggot, I think, until I end up with something that's a little bit more official. Lighten you up over here, since it's on the ground. Boom, and I still have 1, 2, 3 prepped hobbits still. So who knows? Maybe that's what we'll be doing on Monday if all else fails for our Monday stream. Unless maybe there's some Armada stuff, or it could even be Song of Ice and Fire. You never know. I never know. So Arid, what was the thing? Oh gosh, it was. You see, it said in the chat last night. Oh yeah, the things got broken in the move. Hopefully nothing that is. Yeah, I mean, you don't want anything to be broken, but things that are, shall we say, heirlooms or the sentimental things. You don't want to be replacing stuff you didn't really have to replace, but yeah, hopefully nothing of a sentimental value that can't be replaced. But the blinds in the window are so the now hopefully it wasn't a lot of things that were broken in the move. So Yusuf, what, a streamiversary. A streamiversary. So this is 1 year of streaming for Yusuf. So I think that might just warrant maybe a hype train. There it is. 1 year anniversary. There you go for Yusuf. Uh-oh, there it is. Look out. All aboard the hype train for Yusuf. There it is. All aboard the hype train. There you go. So, sorry, just had to do that. So Irid, again, I know that they're just there continues to be more and more of those crazy Easter eggs. And thank you so much, Grand Oracle. So did we preemptively strike their Grand Oracle? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I could really use some, actually. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Definitely could really use that right now for sure. Let's see if I can't get a little bit of this. That's too much. That's okay. I'll go back here. And we're going to tone that down, and we'll come back in with our lighter stuff again. Alright, well, Arid, you have yourself a good night. I'm sorry, not Arid. Sorry, Valfira. Sorry about that. I was just reading Arid's post, and then I saw your name pop up there. Well, thank you so much, Joseph, and again, congratulations on your 1 year of streaming. Hopefully, here's to many, many, many more years and more stream anniversaries yet to come. Let me see. So, well, Valfira, you have yourself a good night. Again, sorry that it's so toasty there. Hopefully that changes, and then you'll be able to kind of paint a little bit more normally with your wet palette and such, and not quite have to do so much with the machinations, right? Getting that to work. Alright, well, Irid, see ya. And again, Valfira, I'll shoot you a message. Well, hopefully I'll be sending you pictures of tree removal tomorrow. Yeah. Hopefully that's what you're going to be seeing. For sure. Let me see if I can lighten up his pants just a little bit here. Not too much. A little more over here. And well, as we get to around hour 3, another thing we can start to do is do a little bit of brush stroke management. We typically kind of wait until around that time, because usually that means that the paint has had a chance to set. Not dry, but set. So thanks a bunch there, Grand Oracle. And now, okay, we did that one. Let's see if I can take the Prussian blue, or maybe we'll just do this. Maybe we want a bit more of a violet look to that. Not violent, but violet. Oh, hey, Wolf Parable. Geez, how you doing? That's 18 months worth. That's a couple of kids right there. Thank you so much, Wolf Parable. That's what happens when you have too much medicine. So Wolf Parable, I hope that you're having yourself a great weekend so far. I hope that a bunch of folks have had a chance to maybe paint some miniatures, play some games, or both. Hey there, Horns fan. How you doing? Actually, Horns fan, I was joking last night that speaking of Longhorns there, as I was painting this, all I could think of was you popping in the chat and some kind of a little clever quip or something like that I could say. So, happy Saturday there, Horns fan. Hopefully your day was a fantastic one. Yeah, Horns fan, definitely it has an opinion, doesn't it? So that was from Song of Ice and Fire. Painted that one up last night. That was pretty wild. Hadn't had a chance to paint a Song of Ice and Fire in quite some time. Hey there, Aura. Great to see you again. So we're back to some Hobbitses here. Tricksy little Hobbitses. Here's hoping your Sunday afternoon has been a good one. I still haven't had a chance to see what the doggies did, if they are out of the 8 now, or if they somehow managed to survive by not losing to West Coast. Thank you so much, Wolf Parable. Yeah, we did 3 of them on the Thursday, no, on the Friday stream. Yeah, no, on the Thursday stream, because we did the what's his name last night. I thought yesterday was Saturday all day long. Surprised they haven't gotten more confused. But yeah, here's some more. Look at another guy hiding out amongst the corn there. Another guy. Don't mess with these crops, man. Don't mess with them. And then another archer here in the funguses, in the shrooms. So that's supposed to be tomorrow morning. Well, supposed to be. Just like the, what was that? Oh, yeah, the dumpster was supposed to be between 10 and whatever in the morning. It was, yeah, at noon. Again, there I could actually use that time waiting for them to kind of stage stuff where the dumpster was going to go. With this, not so much. So I have to kind of figure out the inevitable. Should people start taking bets how long we're going to have to wait? Thanks, Wolf Parable. Yeah, I'm doing a massive Hobbit army. I'm even going to be doing a army painting series on the Hobbitses. I've also got some pumpkins and jack-o'-lanterns printed out from Make It Epic Basing, and those that should be fun. Hobbits and object source lighting. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle versus Grand Oracle. Also versus Grand Oracle. So can you have a one-man Blitzkrieg? And Grand Oracle's trying to find out if you can indeed have a one-man Blitzkrieg. It looks like it's getting there. It's at 99%. I think we were successful. So guess what? We get to see the hype train once again, courtesy of Grand Oracle, making that happen. Thank you so much. Here we go. Bingo, there it is. He says, I can stop this. I can stop it with my pitchfork. Well, maybe not. No, you can't stop the hype train, because there it is, coming on through. All aboard the hype train. There it is. Hard to get it all the way underneath the camera there, because it's really it's been zoomed in quite a bit. Yes, Grand Oracle, only Kathy can stop the hype train. And Prinkles. And Prinkles too. So yeah, that's alright, we're doing this up here. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Now, speaking of arid surprises, there are hopefully no more surprises for you, because there was a bunch of those waiting for you when you came back too. So hopefully that's resolved. That kind of had its fun at your expense there, and now you've got that all settled down. Okay, let's go through a little bit more of that in here, and then the blending brush, where those maybe again are two. That's better. So I will be posting on the YouTube channel at some point tomorrow. Again, depends on when the tree is down and gone and everything else. But I might be posting the, well, I should be anyway. I took the video of that base, the marble base that we did for the Dragon Emperor, and I cut out the Dragon Emperor painting. It's just the marble itself. And that's going to be going up on the YouTube channels tomorrow. Well, that's it. That's good, Grand Oracle. Again, sorry. all those crazy things. Now, where's my green of a cooler nature? That's the perline black, some of the radiant green. So this is a cooler green as opposed to what we did with the Indian yellow and that Italian terror rosa, as we like to say. Yeah, that was not. I still, again, not impressed with that color at all. I thought I would kind of give it another shot, see if there was just some way we could use it to make it work a little better. It's just kind of eh. All right, Bithron, I guess you're getting a snack there. Get a little bit more of the cooler green color in here. Maybe some of that over here too. Just got a little bit more blue in it. The other greens more yellow. Oh, I'm telling you, that's we weren't kidding when we called it terror verte. No problem, Bithron. Yeah, I would kind of like to do the same thing, but it's at this point, it's kind of let's put it this way: I'm going to be sweating a whole bunch tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of physical work going on. I won't actually be cutting down the tree myself, but I will be hopefully be able to take advantage if they have a dumpster and chuck a whole bunch of stuff in there. One can only hope. If they had come here in May when they were supposed to, then I'd be able to remember what they said. But that was May. This is September almost. So I do not remember what they said about maybe them having a dumpster too. Don't need the green on his hair. And just take some of the Van Dyke brown here and, sort of change that back to more of a gray-ish color. So Grand Oregon, not a gigantic tree. The problem is that it's got a bunch of power lines going through it, and they have to attack it through the alley. Well, I'll show you. You'll see in the pictures. And unfortunately, that's why they needed the crane, and that's why it was delayed, because the crane was broken, and they wanted to do it on the weekends because, well, the crane is going to be in the alley, basically blocking traffic. So they wanted to do that over the weekend. Again, if it was just a tree, whatever, in the front yard, I would have started hacking away at it myself. Even though I really wouldn't want to have been doing that either, but I just would have gone after it myself if I could here. Again, it's well beyond what I can do myself. I will do, I don't know about that, maybe let, well, that's going to make an interesting dirty gray right there. I'm going to lighten it up some more with this, something maybe more neutral. Wolf Parable, it's being taken down. Well, the thing is, it's supposed to be a multi-phase thing. Tree comes down, garage comes down. Stump comes out, new garage goes up. That all got really messed up because, well, let's put it this way. We're supposed to be building a new garage by now. Not still waiting for the tree to get torn down. So the garage thing may have to wait until next year or spring or something like that. That remains to be seen. So what they did now, of course, I'm sure they have forgotten because it's been since May, but they did promise they would take the trunk of the tree and they would take their chainsaw and make some nice clean cuts so that I could have some chairs. Because I still have Kathy's wood burning tool, And I was thinking of trying to wood burn some of her Celtic knotwork designs into the seat portion of it there. Hey, Kiki Turtle, welcome back. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I was hoping to have the garage actually for those days when it is 20 below zero or something like that. I do have my battery backup thing with the solar panels. I was hoping to set that up in the yard tomorrow once the tree is gone and see just what kind of light hits those solar panels once the tree is gone. Yeah, Wolf Parable, they're very wide log. They would make really nice chairs, and he said he would make a clean cut so that, let's put it this way, there wouldn't be anything trying to goose you or something like that as you sat on it. And yeah, as I was cleaning all the 2D art stuff out of the basement and such, I ran across Kathy's wood burning tool, which, boy, she hadn't used that in quite some time. And that was back in the 2D art days. Thanks, Hal, again. Appreciate that. Again, they kind of said, oh yeah, we just take the crane in here, we tie off the branch, cut the branch, chuck the branch in the wood chipper, and it's all done, it's all good, easy. They even showed us a video of them doing it on a much larger tree. I mean, a tree that was like twice the size of this one. But here's hoping that they actually show up, first of all, because there ain't that many weekends left. And I really don't want to have to be climbing up on the rickety ladder again to try and clean leaves out of gutters. Because otherwise it's been so long since I've shown this picture. I wonder if I still have it. I think I do. But yeah, here we go. Yeah. It'll be a little bit like that. So yeah, that's me looking down from the gutter. That was an 11-inch ice jam that happened back in, I think it was in 2021 maybe. And you see that down there, that in the shadow here, that's the place where you're going to fall down and die, because that's all just concrete there. And it's all very uneven, so the ladder does not sit in place at all. I can almost, like a circus performer, walk the ladder around because the sidewalk is so uneven. Now again, that's one of the reasons why my siblings wanted to help me get this tree gone, because they don't want to be seeing me trying to do a Legolas jumping out of that tree. Actually, I don't want to see me doing that either. And there's Space Hobo. So yes, for those not familiar with the ice dams and ice jams, remember, snow is really good at insulating. That just had to do with we had a new roof put on a few years ago, and that created a different heating/melting pattern on the roof itself that we weren't going to know until we experienced it. But yes, what happens is the gutters get filled with ice, and the water can only go to the path of least resistance, which is going to be inside your house. I remember all the folks in Texas, I think this was back in 2021 or something like that. Yeah, they weren't so familiar with that. They got real familiar with it. That is why this is also, it's not just a Lord of the Rings channel, or a cavalry channel, or a culinary channel, or an object source lighting or freehand channel, or Song of Ice and Fire. It is also a home repair channel. Yes, and as I start slowly replacing the kitchen floor here, there might be some more home repair tidbits and morsels that we hand out here. It's an information bonanza of all types. Horns fan knows of what I speak. Yeah, I had to. I think Sarge, he was not. I told Sarge, I said, look, you check your gutters. If you see a whole bunch of really long icicle and a lot of water dripping down from them, you need to go up there and see if they're filled with ice. And sure enough, they were. And again, that ice fills up your gutter. There's nowhere for that to go. Now, those of us that live in colder climes, we have these, it's basically, it's almost like an electrical cord. It's a heating coil, and that actually goes on your roof about 16, 18 inches away from your gutter. And that basically melts the snow closest to the gutter so that it doesn't have a chance to accumulate there and then melt from underneath. I still have one of those cords. I should probably get a second one. Alright, I think we've got our darks pretty well established. What about on his coat here? Yeah, a little bit more of the darks right there. So Halligan, I'm just looking for some, well, I was going to just do self-stick tiles, but then I saw these basically self-stick, well, looks like panels of wood. And that would actually be easier for me to do an incremental change in the kitchen. Because, well, as you heard me say, I've already put 3 floors in that kitchen while I've been living here. I know that the underlayment under there is rock solid. And the stick tiles that we used, again, we didn't expect them to even last this long. So there's no surprise that I have to try and put something else in its place. But I'm just hoping with these that I can maybe take about a 12-foot square section at a time, do that. Yeah, let's do this. I think the Tricksy thing will be trying to establish that sort of brick-like pattern. But it's definitely some kind of a vinyl floor type thing. I'll send you a link to it, Halligan. Denethor, how are you doing? It's like, oh, hey, no, I'm not going to sing you a song. Like, well, I mean, you got all these, like, drinking songs, don't you? I mean, the other Hobbits says you do. It's like, we do, but not for you. It's like, whoosh, well, that's kind of rude. How you doing there, Denethor? Thank you so much. So yeah, Denethor doing 3 more Hobbits, including Bilbo Bannanagins. Up to all kinds of shenanigans. Again, it's nothing super fancy, Halligan, but I think it's actually going to look way nicer than what was there. It was something we were going to do it, actually. That was yet another one of the things we were going to do that got obviously ixnayed by all the stuff that happened. I mean, that's kind of what all of this stuff is. It's all stuff that I was going to do anyway, but that all got interrupted. So Wolf Parable, we have a variety of weapon profiles now. So with those bananas, it's got the same range as a thrown rock. However, the person that gets hit by that, they immediately have to do a climb test with significant minuses. Now we also have, where's he at here? Here he is. So we have Gallagher here. This is a once per game ability. He smashes the pumpkin, everything, friend or foe within 3 inches, basically is transfixed because, well, they've got pumpkin rinds and seeds in their eyes. Hey there, Thranuel, great to see ya. Then we've also got, let's see, where's the guy with the shrooms? Yeah, we've got a guy with the shroom, and then we're gonna have yeah, we have a bunch of different profiles here. So Denethor, I've been even today. I was still moving some more stuff. Again, old 2D art stuff. Well, not as old. Actually, a lot of this was some terrain stuff. Actually, it was a photo booth that I tried to construct for, well, army painting or whole armies. I'm going to take that down and we'll definitely put something else in its place. But every day, try to move stuff around. Trying to create, well, again, just kind of reclaim areas of the house. Now, let me get my, you know what? Wow, this stuff is nasty. Oh my gosh. And I'm telling you, this Terror Verte, you know how Indian yellow is super translucent? This says like the translucency of Indian yellow, but with none of the actual color to it. It's like so useless. So yeah, Halligan, I'll send you a link to this stuff. It's really, it's kind of on the cheaper side, and you know, well, there's going to be a lot less traffic, so it's probably going to last longer than otherwise. But it should, well, and I can always, this is the other nice thing, is that I'll buy some extra, right? So, I mean, let's say it takes 500, well, I'm not going to take 500 square feet, but we'll just use that, throw that number out there. If it takes 500, I'll buy 600, and that'll just be on hand if I need to replace a few panels, because again, I was there for putting the underlayment down. I know the underlayment's just fine. Thanks, Denethor. We got some warms. We got some cools on the corn plants here. Actually, I'm going to go back to some of the warmer greens now. As I was looking at the feedback on these materials here, that's what a couple of folks said. They wish they had bought some more so that they just had some on hand. Okay, well, what if a section gets damaged? Right? There's something gets stained or something weird happens. You drop something on it, and it just happens to really take a chunk out of it or something. Can't hurt to have some of it still around. It's not like it's going to go bad, right? I mean, if it was a can of paint, that's one thing. But this stuff should be just fine. So Denethor, great to see you again. I tell you, I've been wanting to do the Hobbit stuff for a long time. It's very fun to actually get to do it now. And all of this is 3D printed, actually. The miniatures, the corn stalks, the veggies, the pumpkins, all that stuff. And there's much more to come. I've got some 3D printed pumpkins and jack-o'-lanterns from Make It Epic Basing. So we'll actually have Hobbits with object source lighting, because object source lighting. We would be remiss. I mean, gee whiz, it's been like a whole... Well, technically we had object source lighting last night, but still, it's been like 18 hours since we last did object source lighting. That's horrendous. What kind of self-respecting object source lighting channel goes almost 24 hours without object source lighting? Again, this I'm going to be putting in a whole bunch of flock and other stuff, so we're not really going to do too much with that. I'm just going to chuck a little bit of something there. Yeah, just use you just to get a little something there. Yeah, 3 hours, 18 minutes. That's all it's taken for 3 little Hobbitses here. Look at that, how easy that can be. So Wolf Parable suggests some glowing corn. Well, that would be some serious popcorn, wouldn't it, Wolf Parable? Yeah, there'd be corn that just pops itself because it's like it has its own internal heat source. Self-popping popcorn. Somehow I think the Hobbits would be down for that. Now, you know what? I need to get a couple of sort of mid-range corn because as we get down into the husk here. So let me throw a little bit of thinner into this. Not too much, though. Yeah, we need a little smidge here. That works. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that was our little pin line wash that we did, which was nice, but a little too dark down in there. Alright, well, Halligan, you have a good night. Have yourself a good night, and like I said, I'll send you pictures, hopefully, of the massive progress that they make. I mean, technically, they should be here in less than 12 hours. Ideally, more like 11 hours. So that's the kind of time frame that we're talking about. Well, I know that my sister and brother-in-law are going to be here at 8 a.m. sharp, which is about 9 hours and 11 minutes from now. Which is why we started the stream a little bit earlier here. I think it was about a 7:30-ish start, wasn't it? Well, especially since it's been 3.5 hours. But hey, fun with Hobbitses, right? Fun with Hobbits. Gonna come back over here. Ah, yes, this one up here. Gotta reach in between those leaves. Guess what? It's a lot easier to do when you don't have a death grip on the brush. Now, Denethor, now somewhere amongst all the stuff that I think it's even stuff that I'm printing out right now, I've got Boromir, a couple of versions that I think it's from Diwali, and also one from Printing Goes Ever On, but Boromir with the banner, the white banner there. So looking forward to painting those on stream. That should be really, really fun. I did that conversion. I don't know if you remember the conversion that I did of, I think it was a Knights Templar, the same figure that I used for actually converting an Army of the Dead, and also a Prince Imrahil conversion. But I think that one, it's so darn tall that it just doesn't fit in my usual carrying cases. I think this one will. Well, one of the two I think does. But I believe one of those maybe printed last night, and the other one is printing now. Just can't have too many Boromirs, can you? Alright, I think now our corn kernels are pretty well set there. Still throw a little more light on the shoulders there. Some of the fast matte white. I'm just mixing that with the Van Dyke brown here. And this is the Williamsburg Van Dyke brown. So it kind of looks like a gray. Definitely a warm gray. Maybe a little more here. Now there's also I think there was a Faramir too, but there was Boromir, the White Tower, or Captain of the White Tower. I think actually we did that Boromir in true metallic metals. Mm, again, I want to do not on this guy, but one of our future Hobbitses. Well, I mean, a couple of future Hobbitses. Do some plaid on them, of course. Some plaid, maybe some tweed. Also, again, little some filigree. So Denethor, it's well, you actually can check out my blog. Oh, I even did a video. I actually did a tutorial video on the Patreon page. It's not all that long ago. Now there's a couple of different magnets here. So on the lighter plastic and resin figures, it's a refrigerator magnet like that. And then for, well, the metal ones, like this, it's going to be your more traditional rare earth style magnet. Then I've got the stackable cases, and there's a piece of sheet metal in each case. And then all the magnets stick to the sheet metal. And the nice thing is they're translucent enough for me to see exactly what's inside, and they're all stacked. So I could say, okay, well, today I need Easterling and canned. So I'll just take those two cases out of there. I did the same thing for my bolt action stuff. So yeah, just the foam, well, it's so easy just to take, well, I did it with my movement trays too. Well, let's see, oh no, I put those back. But even my movement trays would be magnetized so that they would just also basically magnetize themselves to the case. And again, on the heavier miniatures, it's going to be the rare earth magnets, and on the lighter 3D printed like these are all just going to get the refrigerator magnet style. Alright, I'm going to straighten out his mouth here, I think. Also, too, these cases, well, I think they're, what, $14 for two of the 11 by 14 or 12 by 14 by 4 inch or whatever. Yeah, much less expensive. And again, they all stack together, which is fantastic because again, I can see what's in them. They take way less space. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the blog. That's one of the latest blog posts too, so it shouldn't be that hard to find. I do believe it was entitled Building a Better Case. But I also did, like I said, not too long ago, did a basing video where I was actually taking, as the Green Stuff World magnet sheets. Yeah, and I took that opportunity to sort of combine that with magnetizing the stuff in the cases. A little more light. There we go. Perhaps a little bit on his sideburns there. I don't know. Thanks, Elite. Actually, one of the things I'm hoping to be able to do is use my new flagpole setup to be able to fly my Chicago flag, which is about 2 feet away from me here. It's hanging inside. Never have had a chance to fly that outside. So Elite, the two blue lines, one represents Lake Michigan, the other one represents the Chicago River. The 4 stars represent significant events. One obviously for the founding of Chicago, second one for the Chicago Fire, and then 2 more stars for the 2 World's Fairs. And then the 6 pointed stars, each of the points also means something. So yeah, over the originally the flag only had 2 stars on it, and then for each of the World's Fair, they added 2 more. When Kathy came down there, she had no idea. She saw this flag everywhere. She said, "What in the world is that?" I said, "That's the city flag." She says, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Well, every city has a flag, right?" Apparently not. Well, it was the same thing with Casimir Pulaski Day, when she couldn't understand why every house had red and white flags in it. Since, well, first of all, Chicago was the third largest city in Poland. There's that. But also, again, I believe it's May 5th is Casimir Pulaski Day. For those wondering who the heck that is the father of the United States Cavalry. Let me get a little bit more of my lighter skin tone here. Yeah, I'll just use this. And of course, in true Chicago fashion, there was a contest for flag designs. The mayor also submitted a flag design, and the mayor's design won. Total coincidence. Total coincidence. Yeah, not because there might be just a wee bit of shenanigans going on. Not at all. Let's see if I can go a little lighter with my brilliant yellow. Pale touch of the radiant yellow here on the bananas. Lighten that up a little bit there. Yes, Horns fan, Chicago, where respiration is not required for representation. The cemetery vote, that is a crucial constituency. Their voices should be heard. Hey there, Acid Burn, how you doing? Great to see you. Ah, there we go. A little bit more light there, and then on that edge, and then not too much there. Where's my blending brush here? Yes, it's kind of like, was it in Casablanca there, right? When there's a raid, and the police chief says, "I can't believe there's gambling in this establishment. I'm shocked." And then one of the waiters comes up to him and says, "Here's your winnings, Captain." Now, well, Acid Burn, I hope that that is, well, none of those things really go according to plan, but less outside the plan, I guess. Yeah, Acid Burn, having just painted a mural on the wall of a nursery, I know that those can be a ton of work to get together. Now, I can't wait to do the video, because we shot as much video as we could. I took lots and lots of pictures of the process of me painting that bag-end mural on the wall of that nursery. Of course, the individual that's going to grow up in that room is now doomed to a lifetime of having to dress up in various Lord of the Rings characters and have his picture taken in front of that. Even when he's like 5,000 years old, he's going to have to dress up as Gandalf and take pictures in front of that. So the parents are going to be, they were thinking about being proactive and putting as many layers of protection as possible on that mural so that it doesn't end up being torn off the wall by a frustrated young person. Ah, so a dragon theme, even down to a dragon onesie. Yeah, I suppose when you're trying to feed him and the food doesn't quite agree with him, I guess they also breathe fire, much like a dragon. So again, Acid Burn, glad that that's worked out reasonably well for you. Nah, it's gonna be too light down there. Go with the magenta. This is the radiant magenta over here. Bingo. And let's roll some more here. That is, well, yeah, here, let's just get the collar of his coat a little bit better there. So candles going back a long way there. Again, I'm looking forward to once I have the basement somewhat more in a habitable zone there. To taking some of those candles, getting those going down there and giving it a little bit different scent. And then, well, since I'm going to have lots of air filters and stuff down there, hopefully that kind of remains then. Okay, now where's their other red one here? Just again to show the difference in color temperature. Look at that. Red is a warm color. However, this one, warmer than that one. Why? And we're using mostly our yellows here to lighten that. Here, not so much. Hey there, Mafi. I think you remember. You saw it. We were painting these Hobbitses, right, when you raided last time around. Everybody, please give Mafi a follow if you could. Now, we've been doing 3 new Hobbitses tonight, including Bilbo Bannanagins right there. But we're going to say that this one, this is Farmer Maggot. So for right now, we'll be using him as Farmer Maggot. Because, well, he's got his corn, right, his pitchfork. He's not too happy that people are messing with his stuff there. And then another little fun hobbit there with climbing up a little tree, little stump there like hobbits do. And then, of course, on our stream last night, a little interlude between hobbits there. This is from Song of Ice and Fire. That's from the Night's Watch faction. Actually, yeah, look at that. So this thing was less than 24 hours ago. I was painting this. This is dry. So with the oils, right, they don't have to take weeks and weeks to dry or even days. Actually, Denethor, I have, of course, I couldn't find him at all. Now I find, as I'm moving stuff around, I've got like 3 different mirror pool sculpts, including the regular GW one. So I want to definitely have the Burning of the Shire in one of those mirror pools, because I thought that could be interesting. So everybody, please give Mafi a follow. And of course, Mafi, if you wanted to post a link or anything like that in the chat, please go ahead and do so. Hope your stream was a blast, of course. Let's see. Yeah, couple more little bits of light. Now I'm gonna go back to my Terra Rosa. And even a little bit of the asphaltum. There, we drop that down. Remember the wood in your house, it's brown because it's been stained to look that way. Regular wood, especially wood that's, well, kind of dead, gonna be mostly gray, not so much with the brown. Just throwing that out there. A little bit more of my brownish color there. Let's do a little bit of brush stroke maintenance here too. I think yep, I'm fine. I'll go a little bit lighter there. Again, this is the the Italian Terror Verte. This is pretty much the same lighter yellowish green that we used on our corn stalks. Let's see if I can get a couple of these seams here. Also, a little lighter on the cuff. But I want to do a guy with some polka dots, a guy with some plaid, another guy with maybe some argo or whatever, paisley. Crazy little hobbitses, and of course the most dapper of all the hobbits. He is also going to basically get something, another one of those special abilities that any enemy that wishes to strike him, he's dressed so dapper that they will have to pass a courage test in order to strike him, because they just find him so amazingly dapper that they just can't do that. So Denethor drives even faster because I can spread it out even more efficiently because on the flat surface. So when I did that mural, even on the wall there, especially the absorbent surfaces that I paint on, is basically dry the next day. Now, of course, where I maybe had used some cerulean blue or some of the cadmiums or whatever, that wasn't going to be dry the next day because, well, that's cadmium paint for you. But I don't pile the paint on, whether it's 2D, 3D, or anything like that, so it's going to dry very quickly. It was the same for all of our 2D paintings, right? Now this one maybe a little bit because there was a lot of the Egyptian violet. That's a slow drying color just by itself, but again, it's a very absorbent surface. Now our Medjugorje, that dried really quick because there were, and of course we're almost approaching this like a watercolor. You can even see still some of the initial washes basically of the oils there, and it was the same thing with that mural. Like I said, I'm looking forward to being able to do the video on that. Now, I just don't know whether it's going to be one episode with, basically it's going to have to be time-lapsed because can't use the sound. Now, I also took a ton of pictures, so I think I'm kind of going to use a little bit of pictures and a little bit of the film maybe, just kind of go back and forth or whatever with the two. So those are hot press illustration board, definitely not foam board. That would be that foam core, right? Yeah, that would be significantly thicker. So that's Crescent hot press illustration board. So it's got a little bit of tooth to it, but it's still definitely smoother than something like cold press. I mean, ideally I would like to use a watercolor board, but that is super expensive, so the illustration board gets it done. It's the same illustration board I use on a lot of my tutorial videos like this, and for all of our color charts like so. Same illustration board. So again, it's going to be very thin, but that's okay. Oh, it takes some of the edge off of it. Yeah, those are awful hard edges. There we go. It took some of the edge off of that. Let me see if I can get something on his sleeve right here. Like that. Need to change that to make that more of a great. Well, here, let me take the asphaltum and maybe some of our radiant violet. There, just that's good enough. Good enough, not too much more. So the hot press illustration board, it feels really smooth to the touch, but there's still just a little bit of tooth to it, and that's just right. And that's what I use for all of the 2D art here. Now I did uncover, as I've been moving around all of the old 2D art stuff, I did run across some canvases. I have actually a whole bunch of stretcher bars too, a bunch of 16 by 20 stretcher bars. Still more tempted to use those to build shelves than anything else. You know what? I'm going to mix some of the Egyptian violet and some of the asphaltum together. And that will go right here, because that is sort of in shadow with his hand. There we are. Yeah, that's better. That works up here. Thanks, Geeky Turtle. Appreciate that. Where's our Legolas? There he is. So that's actually the same 3D printed bit there, but we've got Legolas on that one, and these are some 3D printed bog myrtle bushes there. Again, that is from Zabevka. They're the same folks that did the Gothic columns that we used on our most recent army painting series that I just finished, and we're going to be posting that to the Patreon page actually after the stream. Thank you so much, Kiki. Appreciate that. Darken that down. Now on this particular bit, I think this actually comes out further, but I sliced that off just to make it work. And of course I raise this up here so another miniature can still get in base-to-base contact. Hey there, Bithron. Hopefully you're able to have something yummy and maybe also get your shower in there too. Now I had wanted to get some brown, maybe Van Dyke brown, smidge of Terra Rosa here. Just in the, there we go. So that Italian Terra Verte, not the grandest color of them all, that's for sure. Now actually Denethor, there's still some sheets of masonite. Oh, that's right, that was another painting I found that was painted on masonite. It was one of my 40K paintings. Armored Wolf would actually be very familiar with it. Meant to bring that up here. I ran across that earlier today. But where are you? Is that, yeah. So that right there, that was actually painted on masonite, I believe. Yeah, that was painted on masonite. That's the painting that I did when I was 13. Now look at the object source lighting. Even then, object source light. Now, oh wait, here's this is that hot press watercolor board. There, so that was a hot press watercolor board. So that's again, it's nice and thick, but it doesn't. It's not quite as toothy again. Well, now you got pastel paper there. Now we're back to the hot press watercolor board once again. Now, and also too, you can see there's some airbrush stuff on there. So I used to do airbrushy things. There's been several periods where I did airbrushy things. Now, obviously the masonite's going to be heavier. And as Armored Wolf saw, one of the army boards that I did that was just a piece of masonite. I had to just chuck that because it was just irreparably warped over time. And I still actually have, I think, my Lizardman, my original Lizardman army board that I had used. Let's see, why is that not going? There we go. Sorry about that. So I think people just refer to that as MDF these days. I always knew it as masonite as a kid. Well, an adult too. Never heard it referred to as MDF until well, all of the MDF buildings and such. The laser cutting, that's it. So yeah, good old masonite. I'm not quite sure when the other term became the norm instead of calling it masonite. Now, so Mithron, there was no way to brace this because it was just supposed to be a flat army board. And we even tried to put the paint on the other side, and that just wasn't good enough. But yeah, it had to be very thin, so it wasn't a terrain board. It was just a very flat board that it could only be as thick as the masonite itself. Oh, thanks, Denethor. So yeah, actually, at Bithron, we've seen a bunch of terrain videos, right? I think even Lockie, remember Zorp? He built sort of a frame. Who else does that? Luke, from Luke's APS. Bithron, I think you've seen that. And actually, Bithron, I still haven't had a chance to do the rivers yet. With the, I still got to find the caulk. Yeah, still got to find that caulk somewhere, so that I can do the rivers. Ironically enough, I ran across some of the roads that I made. Again, the stuff that I was moving earlier today was definitely much more modern. It was certainly in the 21st century, and I think it was actually certainly within the last 5 years some of the stuff I was moving around. Actually, some of it is probably still in place from when I was making my terrain board for the my bolt action army. Hey there, Juno. Nice to see you, Juno Mojo. It's been a little while there. Hopefully everything's been going well. So again, the board had to fit completely flat, so there was no way to put anything extra on it. It wasn't really meant to last. It was just meant for that tournament, and pretty much that's it. I was thinking about putting a frame around it, just to hang it up on the wall. But yeah, it was one of those things where I had about 4 hours to paint up an army board, and that was it. I'm glad things are going okay there, Juno. That's actually why I started using the insulation foam for my army boards, because that stuff doesn't warp when you paint it. Yes, indeed. I mean, we can show it. Where's my Sisters of Battle army here? Well, the same thing with the Tomb King's army. Again, that's all using the pink foam. Let me get up to my. Let's see, where are we at here? Nope, that's not it. That's not it. There we are. So there's our. Again, that's all made out of foam. So again, when you paint it, nothing happens to that. And then there we go. So that's not foam core. That is all just pink insulation foam. So when you paint that, again, it's not going to warp or do anything weird, which is very nice. So yeah, let's put it this way. I've had to figure out what to do with all of those different army boards. Well, like this one, I still have all of these. Again, that's the same pink foam right there. It's fabulous stuff. Actually, hey, Bithron, did you want to maybe post the pictures of some of your terrain that you did, especially the stuff you made out of foam? I know you did some Wild West buildings. Also, you had your Gondor buildings. So Ryan, I don't know. I couldn't tell you that offhand. I did that setting, ironically enough, years ago. Don't remember. It's very cautious, though. It is very, very cautious. So slower prints, slower prints, but definitely want prints that, shall we say, don't have those nasty errors. I'll try and find out, Ryan. I'll look that up and I'll shoot you a message. Yeah, and actually, that's another thing too, Denethor. I was using acrylic paints, oil paints, another benefit, right? That's why none of these things, I mean, they have not warped in the slightest. I mean, look at how thin that is. But because it's oils, right, not going to happen. So everybody please check out the Instagram links by Bithron. There's some fabulous terrain. Boy, Bithron, I remember showing me your work in progress on those. So that was really fun to see the works in progress on those pieces. Well, thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate that. Yeah, so hopefully I will be able to share pictures with folks of a sky not blocked by an ent. Treebeard's not going to be terribly happy with. Are you an orc? Hacking and burning and biting. Also, too, you all smell like orcs. It's like, dude, if you would take your Claritin, you wouldn't be so nose blind. It's like, it makes me drowsy. I fall asleep. It's like, you've fallen asleep for like thousands of years. You're going to blame that on Claritin? Still can't find the Entwives. Just had to throw that in there. Yeah, well, Bithron, it's kind of it's nice that you have that little thing on the side, because what if you just need a little change of pace, right? Need a little change of pace. Boom! You just you say, you know what? I'm gonna do the last little bit on these buildings here. So here, just trying to add a little more texture than what's actually there, just for funsies. Just for funsies. Where's my corn cob guy here? I want to. Been waiting for some of this to set. Got my nice thin down paint here. Not a pin line wash though. And there's some of these, especially the corn cob, where we can very easily see what's going on. This one too, yeah. A little bit there. Also this one. Alright, yeah, the next little line there, and then it's got a little bit wonky here. We'll unwonky that. Ooh, this one too. There we go. That one got all kinds of wonky there. Yeah, I really think so. I mean, obviously, I wish that I could just kind of say, you know what, I really feel like doing this here. So definitely take advantage of that where possible. Bit more light, dark here. It's gonna maybe try to put some more lights on those, but I think, I'm just gonna try and add more definition just via some darks. Man, this is mostly just Van Dyke Brown here, keeping it very, very simple. Yep, this leaf. There we are. I'm gonna do this to a couple of. I did this one already. Didn't really get that one. Thanks for doing the clip there, Bithron, as always. I was thinking, no, I won't do that. I was thinking to add a little bit more of my light on that side, but this one does right over here. So yeah, we're going to take, well, why don't we use our cooler green, see how that works out for us. Yeah, Bithron, I mean, just there's something about terrain. I mean, it's a scratch build, right? So there's just kind of the satisfaction of the scratch build of the terrain. And then that, again, kind of like tank design, right? That balance between playability, durability, and realistic. And all those are always competing forces. And a lot of times, well, I know there was someone I know that did the woodburn terrain. He would make everything about 10% larger than it needed to be, because he said, okay, that's great. You can get the miniature down in there. Yeah, how are you gonna get it in there or get it back out? Because your big chunky hand is sitting in that terrain now with your miniature. So he tried to factor in the idea that you need to be able to get your hand in there to be able to get the figure in and out of that terrain. And it's definitely going to be totally unique to, right, Bithron, totally unique to you. No one else has what you have. What I need to have is a bit of a blending brush right there and get at that. I think we're pretty good on the greens there. What about this? This is that cooler green. Don't want to get that on his head like the last time. Easier to do that with the not death grip on the brush. None of this, right? I'm not supposed to get anything back there. This way, though, much easier. Again, some of that cooler green, spreading that on a few of these that were also here. Let me see if I can sneak that brush into there. And up here, oh yeah, this leaf should really be catching more light. Yeah, so the corn is 3D printed from Goon Master Games. I have to figure out where the Hobbitses are. I just need to go back to, I think, my mini factory and just look at the past orders. Like I said, when I do the army painting series on these guys, well, I'll definitely try and find out. Yeah, Bithron, now you've seen the stuff that Conquest Creations has done. I know his Kingdoms of Saxonia. I don't remember what his dwarf one is called, but he has, and this is kind of innovative, he's got, well, wall sections, but then there's destroyed sections that you can put in there. Like, say you've demoed part of a wall or whatever, you can put one of those in. That's something I want to try and also work out for some walls too. So thanks Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. Appreciate that. And now we've gotten, now we're past 4 hours here. So Arto Michael, are there any top candidates there? Actually, well, no, those are the Mirkwood elves. I was thinking Dandelions and Middle Earth, but I know that PGO has tons of rangers. Kurzlik does now also, and of course Diwali does. Yeah, that'd be very handy, wouldn't it, Bithron? So Eric, glad that you're feeling a little bit better there. Like I said, I'm going to have to, no point in me even bothering with that because, well, in about 9 hours, well, let's see, no, 8.5 hours, work begins, which is why I'm probably going to have to, well, I was going to raid Touch of Chaos, but let me see. Is Kagomi's valid? Let's see, maybe I will try to raid Touch of Chaos here. So everybody please check out the jewelry Pinterest link there. That is again by Eridicanwife. Please give Eridicanwife a follow if you could. Oh geez, Medbury. Forgot about Now Medbury Miniatures somewhat on the stylized side, but he does a lot of historical stuff. So that's, and obviously historical. That kind of looks like not Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. Very cheeky, very clever. So if you're looking for things that for Lord of the Rings but don't necessarily look just like GW stuff, Medbury and Printing Goes Ever On are good, solid choices. So yeah, I was thinking Kago. I'm not quite sure. I couldn't quite tell what she's trying to paint there. But I think we might maybe head over that away. But I do want to thank everybody for all the bits, the subs, the follows, and the cheers. And the raids. Thanks Bitron for doing the clips. Thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations. And of course those that are going to be at Gen Con, booth 2707/2709. Armored Wolf's going to be there with all the fabulous leather goods. So there we go. 3 more wee little Hobbitses. Again, that's a Bilbo Bannanagins there. Good night there, Thranduil. Thanks again for joining. So I'm going to just get the Gomez Fury lined up here. We'll get started our raid countdown. So yes, and we have plenty more Hobbitses, right? Like Gallagher here. Plenty more Hobbits yet to come. Thanks again, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. So I'll see everybody on Monday